Good morning, everyone. Good morning. At this time, I'd like to call the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting for November the 7th to order. It is customary for us to begin our meetings with a prayer by City Commissioner. During that time, you're certainly welcome to join us in the prayer by standing. You're welcome to use it for your own prayer if you like, or a moment of silence, whichever you have on your mind this morning. And after the prayer, we would have a pledge of allegiance to the flag by Commissioner Wayne Outlaw. And at this time, I'd like to call on Fred Belfield for the invocation. Mr. Belfield?
Yeah, that's outstanding. Sweet hour of prayer, they called us from a world of care, and bid us at our Father's throne, make all our wants and wishes known. Father in heaven, I come before thee in the name of your Son, Jesus, to thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the people here in Nash County as the Board of Commissioners. We pray, Father, that the challenges on our agenda, that we will be able to go through them with love and understanding. We pray, Father, that the final decisions will be pleasing in our sight. Now bless us as we go through this regular monthly meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners. These blessings I ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Belfield, for a very lovely prayer, which you always do.
Yeah.
Next item on the agenda is item number 4, which is our approval of the minutes for the meeting of October the 3rd. At this time, I'd entertain a motion for any changes, any corrections, any additions, or approval of the minutes as written.
So approving.
All right, have a motion to approve as written. Is there a second?
Second.
I have multiple seconds. I think I heard Ms. Wilkins first, Madam Clerk. Any questions on the motion or the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Minutes stand approved, and as always, thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item on our agenda each first of the month is a public comment section, and it is item 5. And during this time, if there's anyone here this morning that wishes to speak to the Board of Commissioners about any item that is not otherwise on the agenda, this would be the time to do that. We'd ask you to come forward, state your name and your address, and we'd be glad to hear from anyone about anything they have on the mind this morning. I do caution you that I have several sign-ups this morning. They all appear like they may be on an item that is on the agenda, which is our Land Development Code. And if it indeed is that, we would ask to you wait to that particular public hearing comes up a little later in the meeting. It won't be too long. But is there anyone here that wishes to speak on an item not on the agenda? Please come forward at this time. I had 4 sign-ups, but in the notations, it seems like they're all on the Land Development Code. Good morning, Heather.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Doing good. Hope you are.
Good, thank you. I just wanted to say that I made a request for public information to the county on October 17th, and I haven't heard back. And I did a follow-up this morning, and I have an objection to the hearing taking place for the voting later due to that because this information has not been provided.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I have your name, please, and your address? That's okay.
Heather Louise Finch. Thank you.
And your address, Heather, if you don't mind.
4462 Stony Hill Church Road, Bailey, NC. Thank you.
And I'll address that when we get to the public hearing with the attorney, if he would be thinking about it in the meantime. Okay, anyone else that's signed up that wishes to speak that's not on the agenda? And of course, we have a little bit leniency. If you wanted to speak about something else and didn't know you were supposed to sign up, you're welcome to come up and state your name and address for the record. All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to item number 6, which is comments from the Emergency Services Director, and I'll call on Tony Cameron at this time. You sit so far in the back, I wasn't sure you were here, Tony. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing great. Hope you are.
I'm doing well. Obviously, I'm Tony Cameron. I'm the new Emergency Service Director. I'd like to introduce myself. I'd like to meet the board. I wanted to let you know I've been out in the county about the last 3 weeks, meeting all our EMS crews, our fire service crews, analyzing what resources we have available to the county, and I'm pleased to report we have an outstanding staff. And I'm excited to be here, and I wanted to step before you today and just to entertain any questions that you may have before me, and just to let you know I'm excited to be in this position. It's always been something that's been in my wheelhouse, and I'm really excited to be here.
Tony, for the people in the audience, and more particularly for the public that views our meetings, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background that I think very well prepared you for this position, if it's okay?
Yes, sir. Glad to. Obviously, I was fortunate enough to be living down the road from a rescue squad when I was 14, and I wandered into a volunteer squad, and ever since I was 14 years old, it's always been a passion of mine. I started this career then at 14 as a junior member, moving my way up into a regular post and obtaining my emergency medical technician, where I've been an EMT since I was 18 years old. I was employed with the Halifax Emergency Medical Services as an EMT, working as a paid staff and a volunteer member with the Roanoke Valley Rescue Squad. I've served as a board member for the Roanoke Valley Rescue Squad, and I've also served as a firefighter in the United States Air Force and doing rescue services as well. Out of the military, I was employed with the Halifax County Sheriff's Office, where I started as a young deputy, where I started as dispatching, transporting, and as a bailiff. So that gave me a little bit of experience dispatching. From there, I joined the Highway Patrol, where I had a full career of 30 years serving in the Highway Patrol. There, I was serving as an EMS coordinator for 4 years, which allowed me to be more in tune with the emergency medical services. There's where I worked with Baptist Hospital, Vidant Hospital, and had a real touch with state government at the EOC, at the state level. I obviously went to work at the sheriff's office, retiring from the Highway Patrol, and had 3 years with the sheriff over in Sheriff Stone. And here I am. I was fortunate enough to be selected by this position from Stacy, and I'm just happy to be here.
Thank you, sir. Impressive. Any other commissioners have comments or things you'd like to ask Tony this morning?
Only thing
Go ahead, Mr. Belfield.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cameron.
Mr. Arrington.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Since you've been here, how would you state the morale of the EMS employees, and do you have any shortages at the present time in staffing?
Staffing, no. With EMS, I'm happy to report we don't have any vacancies outside of the new shift that's upcoming for 24 positions. We are working diligently on that. We have a recruiter in place. As far as our morale, I'll report my morale is great. There are some problems and concerns that I've learned from the staff, but they're minute, and I feel we can work right through them.
Mr. Belfield?
Okay, you seem to be well qualified,
Yes.
no problem there. All I would just encourage you to keep the emergency service functioning up to date. We know we have climate change. Some don't agree with the reason it's changing. That's their opinion. But those things happen, disasters, tornadoes, hurricanes, and first responders, we certainly hope they are ready here in Nash County. And I have no reason to believe that they won't, but I'll just make that comment that keep them ready and up to date so that they can respond to whatever they need to respond to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And just to add, Mr. Belfield, I did take the time, I've looked at our resources throughout the county. I've rode with my command staff. They've showed me what resources are where, and I think you're absolutely right. That is extremely important that we stay on the cutting edge. So, and that is on the tip of my spear.
Other questions, comments? I'll just say that two events that I attended last week, the Meals on Wheels that Mr. Belfield was also at, I know, and then the ball game Saturday night at Northern Nash. I had some of your employees come up to me, which is unusual, quite frankly, and express a great satisfaction in where they felt like their position was headed. Very thankful for you coming on board, and it just seemed real enthusiastic, and quite frankly, that meant a lot to hear that from them. So I appreciate whatever you've done to give them that feeling of comfort in their employment. I think it speaks highly of you so far.
Yes, sir. And time spent, time spent. That's what I've been doing, is basically visiting our staff and getting to know our staff, because I think what's important at this point is they learn me and I learn them, and we form a trusting relationship, and through that trusting relationship, we can do great things.
We appreciate you being here this morning.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll move to item number 7, which is a resolution to participate in the Operation Greenlight in support of veterans, and I'll call on Anthony Rogers at this time to make this presentation. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing today?
I believe
How's
this
everyone?
may be your first presentation to the board. Welcome to
Yes.
your not new position, but fairly new position.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So today, for our description, for this Veterans Day, the National Association of Counties and National Association of County Veteran Service Officers invite North Carolina counties to join Operation Greenlight, a new initiative to show support for veterans. Operation Greenlight's mission is to show support for veterans of all military conflicts, as well as raise awareness about the unique challenges faced by many veterans and the resources that are available to assist veterans and their families. Recommendation, adopt this resolution. Whereas the residents of Nash County have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all the men and women who have successfully served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and the way of life enjoyed by our citizens. And whereas Nash County seeks to honor these individuals who have paid the high price for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, Veterans Foreign Wars, religious groups, civil service, and by functioning as county veteran service officers in 29 states to help fellow former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health care, disability, and compensation benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition into civilian communities annually. And whereas an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition to civilian life in the near future. And whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of the service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military to civilian life. And whereas active military service members transitioning from military service are at high risk for suicide during their first year after military service. And whereas the National Association of Counties encourage all counties, parishes, and boroughs to recognize Operation Greenlight for veterans. And whereas the Nash County appreciates the sacrifices for our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Therefore be it resolved with designation as a green light for Veterans County, Nash County, hereby declares from October through Veterans Day, November 11th, 2022, a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Therefore, be it resolved that, therefore, be it further resolved that in observance of Operation Greenlight, Nash County encourages its citizens in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying a green light in a window of their place or business or residence.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners?
It's the right thing to do to recognize our veterans, and I see a trend now where we are beginning to do more of that than we have done in the past. I know every day when I'm in a crowd, I hear people saying, "Thank you for your service." And I think we should pass this resolution, and I'll be one as a veteran to offer the motion that we pass this resolution and recognize our veterans as a county.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. I'll call for that motion in just a second. Let me see if any other commissioner wishes to say anything.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with Mr. Belfield. If you will recall, a few months ago, after I left the National Association of Counties meeting, I mentioned the Operation Greenlight to the board, and so I'll wholeheartedly approve it also.
Yes. Other comments?
I just want to thank you for what you do for veterans in Nash County and otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
I
Mr. Belfield.
repeat, I offer motion that we approve this resolution.
As a veteran, I second that motion.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Appreciate all you do for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 8, which is a public hearing on conditional use rezoning CZ 221001, which begins a series of about five or six public hearings. And I'll call on Adam Tyson to make this presentation at this time.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I want to note for those present, I'm sure that there are folks that are eager to get to the land use plan. However, we do need to handle these rezonings prior to that to make it clear that these rezonings were evaluated under the existing land use plan, which is currently in effect. As the chairman stated, this first 4 rezonings is a conditional rezoning. The subject property is the approximately half-acre portion of property that is shown in the small red square on the aerial photo to the left and the zoning map to the right. That is a portion of an approximately 96-acre larger tract of land owned by Cindy P. Carter. It is located behind the home at 3845 Collie Tyson Lane in the R40 single-family residential zoning district, as denoted by the green color that dominates the zoning map. This is southeast of the town of Nashville and just west of Interstate I-95, which you can see crossing the bottom right-hand corner of both maps. This particular portion of the property is located between a riparian stream buffer to the north and a conservation reserve enhancement program easement voluntarily established by the previous property owner to preserve long-term vegetative cover for water quality protection purposes. Mr. Jerry R. Huff Jr., along with the property owner, have submitted this rezoning request to rezone the half-acre of the subject property to GICZ, General Industrial Conditional Zone, specifically for an explosives storage facility intended to supply local law enforcement agencies and training programs, such as those for explosives detection dogs. The subject area is located right here, and if we'll go to the next slide, we'll zoom in on that. You'll see the square or rectangular area that's the half acre that is set aside for rezoning. Within that area, the site plan depicts the layout of 6 proposed bunker structures to store the explosives, 2 larger 10-foot by 10-foot bunkers, and 4 smaller 4-foot by 4-foot bunkers. This is a conditional rezoning request, so it allows for the attachment of reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. The Unified Development Ordinance establishes a set of development standards for any operations that manufacture and/or store explosives. Following along in your report on page 9, letter A, it must be in the GI district, and if the rezoning request is approved, the half-acre subject property will be zoned GI General Industrial. Letter B, no facility shall locate within 500 feet of any residentially or office and institutionally zoned property. Per the site plan, the nearest property line to this area would be the property line to the north, and this subject rezoning area is approximately 535 feet from that property line. And so that exceeds the minimum 500-foot separation. Letter C, buildings, including any accessory buildings for the storage of explosive raw materials and/or final products, shall be not less than 150 feet from all property lines. And of course, if it is 535 feet to the nearest property line, that well exceeds the 150-foot separation distance. Security fencing, a minimum of 8 feet in height, shall be provided along the entire boundary of the facility. The installation and maintenance of that security fencing will be required as a condition of the approval of the proposed rezoning. And finally, buildings shall meet the requirements for hazardous occupancy under the North Carolina Building Code. The plans for these proposed storage bunkers would be subject to the review of Nash County Planning and Inspections, as well as the Nash County Fire Marshal's Office for compliance with the applicable requirements of North Carolina's building and fire codes prior to construction permitting. Additionally, this type of facility, because it involves explosives, would also be subject to additional oversight and inspection and safety regulations enforced by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Whenever we consider a rezoning, we also consider the land use plan for that particular property. As denoted on this map, the area is located in the suburban growth area, and the request is partially consistent with the recommendations for the plan for this area because, number one, the land use does not require public water or sewer utility service. Number two, the land use is limited in scope by the submitted site plan and the recommended conditions of the rezoning request, meaning that the explosive storage operation cannot expand beyond the designated half acre and cannot change the site plan as approved within the half acre without going through an amendment process that would go through the planning board and then on to this board for a final decision. Number three, the larger tract of land that contains the subject property does have frontage along and direct access to Collie Road, which is a state-maintained secondary road. And number four, the subject property is spatially separated from any existing dense residential development. You'll note that I said that the request is partially consistent with the recommendations of the plan. That's because under number 5, the property is not located at a major intersection or in proximity to any similar non-residential land uses, which is a typical recommendation by the plan for non-residential land uses. However, that might be appropriate in this particular circumstance given the nature of explosives storage. The request would likely be considered spot zoning because, as you can see from the map on the right-hand side of the screen, this is not an expansion of another already existing industrial zone located in the area, but it could also still be considered reasonable and in the public interest, again, because the relative isolation of the subject property might be appropriate for the storage of explosives. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on October 11th and recommended approval, subject to suggested development conditions. At that time, the NCDOT did note but did not object based on the close proximity of the subject property to Interstate I-95, given its importance for transportation along the east coast of the United States. The Planning Board considered this request on October 17th. The applicant addressed the board in support of the request. Donna Grimes, a surrounding property owner, addressed the board to ask about the potential impact of local hunting and shooting activity on the facility. The planning board ultimately voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request, subject to suggested development conditions. Pages 11, 12, and 13 of your packet include a potential motion to approve the zoning map amendment, as well as a potential motion to deny the zoning map amendment. Under the motion to approve, there are 4 suggested and recommended development conditions. Number 1, the subject property should be approved specifically for an explosive storage facility only. Number 2, the subject property should be developed in accordance with the submitted and approved site plan only. Number 3, the installation and maintenance of security fencing at least 8 feet in height should be required around the entire boundary of the facility. And number 4, the plans for the proposed storage bunkers shall be subject to the review of planning and inspections in the Nash County Fire Marshal's office prior to construction permitting. Mr. Huff, the applicant, is with us this morning to address the board during the public hearing. And with that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has on the staff report.
Any questions of Mr. Tyson from
Yep.
Commissioners? Mr. Belfield, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Tyson, storage buildings for explosives, what are the requirements?
The actual parameters of the construction of the building,
Yeah.
the applicant can explain that during the public hearing much better than I can.
Okay.
Other comment?
Well, that's one of the things that I'd like to have knowledge of.
Other comments, questions?
Just a quick question. Are there any plans for signage and security cameras on this location?
The applicant has not made me aware of any plans for either of those 2 things, but again, that's something that I'm sure he'll be happy to address during the public hearing.
Thank you.
Others? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Call for motion to go into public hearing at this time on this matter. So moved.
Second.
By Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing on this rezoning request at this time. If there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning, we'd like to hear from you at this time. If you would come forward and state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak? Sir? I need you to come to the podium if you don't mind and state your name and address. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Luther Lloyd Briglin, and I own property right there close to where they're putting this up at, 3660 Collie Road. I was concerned about insurance. Is it going to lower the value of my property? And also, nobody's mentioned the pond. They're building this thing right next to a pond. Is that going to be any way it can affect the water? And according to his fence height, he just said, that sounds mighty low for something as dangerous as this.
All right. Other comments you have, and we'll try to get those answered by the applicant when he comes forward, maybe.
Okay,
Anything else you have questions on?
that was it.
Okay. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you get the name and address?
Luther Lloyd Greenlee.
And where I live at is 7220 West Tennessee 97, Middlesex. The other, I just own a rental property right over there close to that place.
Okay, how do you spell your last name?
Breland.
Anyone else wish to speak on this matter?
Thank you.
Applicant wish to come forward? Morning, Mr. Huff.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Basically, we're, as far as his concerns just then, so currently right now, we're carrying a $1 million property insurance policy just on the farmhouse that we're rehabbing. Once ATF, and like I said, this is an ongoing process, if approved by you, ATF will become involved, and at that point, we're probably looking at another 2 months, 3 months down the road. They have to come in and inspect the bunkers before they'll grant approval and give us an ATF license. Once that happens, then we can put product on the ground. Once product is there, we'll be carrying a $15 million policy over the bunker area and the entire site as required. So in regards to his worried about it affecting the pond or anything, explosives will not be on the ground. These bunkers sit on skids. They are ATF approved. So as I've explained before, should something simultaneously detonate inside, there'll be some rumbling, there'll be some smoke come out the side vents. That's all that will occur. There will be no explosives put on the ground, so it will have no effect whatsoever on the water table or anything else.
State your name and address again.
Oh, I'm
I know
sorry.
we have it, but just.
Jerry R. Huff, 3606 East Baywood Lane, Greenville.
Okay. Mr. Bellfield's questions on the bunkers themselves.
sir.
Could you describe that a little bit? He asked how they were made.
They're actually, these aren't, we won't be constructing bunkers. These are actually, they're actually sitting on the property. I've told several of the neighbors have come out and actually looked at them and felt them. It almost looks like a bank vault that's not installed in a building. These are big, huge, heavy metal bunkers. They're required to be wood lined. No metal is allowed inside that could possibly arc or spark or cause any kind of heat, should we say. Before you'd ask about electricity in the bunkers. Bunkers are not allowed to have electricity hooked to them in any way, shape, or form, and they are all grounded with lightning rods should there be a lightning strike. This is all things that ATF will come in. The packets I gave y'all shows just a small percentage of what ATF will actually go through. They will actually come in and measure the density of the wood. They'll check the metal. They go through everything before they will even think about granting us permission to store explosives.
How often are they inspected?
Quarterly, 4 times a year.
4 times a year?
4 times a year.
Yeah.
And then the ATF
I
is
know
allowed
we-
to do spot inspections. They will show up unannounced and just
I
come in.
know we have hot temperature now going up over 100 degrees, and
These are the same bunkers we used in Iraq, sir. My average temperature over there was 120 to 130.
Other questions of the applicant from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I have some.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Huff, the company you're going to be housing these explosives for, is it AMK9?
No, ma'am. AMK9 is currently who I work for. They are a contractor to the U.S. government. No, this will be Asterisk K9. This will be our private company.
Okay, I had a concern because I know AMK9 was owned by, was it Constellas?
Constellas, it still is.
And Constellas did own Blackwater, correct?
Yes,
Years
ma'am.
ago?
I was in Iraq during that whole fiasco. Yes, ma'am, I'm quite familiar.
And so that concern, well, you said you're no longer with AMK9, but just this past Friday, we had a truck overturned on 64 that had explosives.
Yes, ma'am.
And businesses were evacuated, and I understand some of the homes were too. And just, I have a concern because once this is approved, I believe you could put as many bunkers as you would like there with the explosives, so.
If I understand, talking to the planning and zoning folks, any addition to the 6 bunkers I currently have will have to come back before y'all and be reapproved.
Okay, when you came before us in July, it was 1 bunker then, was it not? Did you mention
We
one
had
bunker?
1 bunker already on property.
And so now you have 6?
Well, currently we have 4. We've got 2 more on order, but there's a high demand for them for overseas work, so
Okay, thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Outlaw?
Yeah, just, Mr. Huff.
Yes, sir.
If you would speak to the signage and the security cameras, is that in the plan?
Excuse me?
Signage and cameras.
Yes, we've discussed that. Like I said, signage will go up once product is on the ground, basically just stating, it's your usual keep off private property. There will be a thing that announces that it's a K9 training facility, but it will not mention explosives. We're considering cameras. We're trying to figure out how we can get Wi-Fi hooked up down there around the area, such as trail cams or something like that, so we can keep an eye on everything. Like I said, we will be living on property, so there'll be somebody in and out of the bunker area on a daily basis.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Other comments, questions? Thank you, Mr. Huff.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Move to close the public hearing.
Moved by Mr. Bellfield, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign?
Aye. Oppose.
You oppose closing the public hearing?
Oh, I thought you were doing another thing, sorry.
You okay with the public hearing?
I'm okay with the public hearing.
Okay. Public hearing is now closed, and any other things you'd like to ask the staff on this item? Seeing none, pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I've listened to Mr. Huff. I think he's impressed me that he knows what he's talking about. He's done this before. It's not his first rodeo. He understands explosives. I think he's putting in a safe situation. I have also discussed this matter with my fire department in the area that would be responsible for this location. I have not heard any complaints from the sheriff's office that this would be a bad thing for the area or the county. And quite frankly, I have not directly heard from any residents having an issue with this. We're talking about a half acre of land sitting in the middle of 96 acres. And with that said, I am prepared to offer a motion for approval.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Outlaw, I'll entertain a motion at this time.
I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners approve conditional rezoning request CZ 22-1001 to rezone the subject property to GICZ for an explosive storage facility and adopt a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below, subject to the following development conditions which were specified when Mr. Adams made his comments.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, a second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1 vote, Madam Clerk. Adam, you can stay right there if you like, sir, or we'll go to item number 9, public hearing on conditional rezoning request CZ 22-1002, Harvest Family Medical. And prior to you starting, Mr. Tyson, I need to make a statement that the company that I still own stock in, Turnkey Contractors, does a lot of work for this particular owner or the request of this. Sometimes it is public bid work, sometimes it is work that is just awarded. It's not a client that I look after, but my son Jason looks after Mr. Attorney, and with that said, I'd like to ask if I need to recluse myself from participating in this rezoning for a future project that would be coming forward that company may bid on or may get awarded. We will not know at this point in time.
Unless you have a current contract and a financial interest, that you do not have to recuse yourself. I do not believe you have a conflict at this time. If you were under contract to build, I think you would have a conflict.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions from the board on that matter?
You need to vote.
Sir?
I say you need to vote.
Okay, understood. Well, y'all got to give me permission not to vote, so I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Tyson.
This is also a conditional rezoning request. Subject property consists of the 2 adjacent tracts of land that are on your screen, the larger one here containing the 2 existing buildings, and then the smaller squared off piece to the north. Those properties together total approximately 5.44 acres. They're owned by Carolina Family Health Centers Incorporated. They're at 8282 and 8250 South NC Highway 58 between Sandy Cross to the north and Winston Crossroads to the south. The larger of the 2 parcels was rezoned back in July of 2001 from RA 40 residential to RCCU, rural commercial conditional use, for the construction and operation of the first building of the now existing Harvest Family Health Center Medical and Dental Clinic. That conditional use zone was later amended in December of 2009 to permit the construction of the second building. And as you can see in the aerial photo, both buildings are now existing. This building right here has been replaced since that time. The smaller immediately adjacent parcel to the north, the square right here, remains zoned RA 40 and was acquired later by Carolina Family Health Centers Incorporated in November of 2019. The subject property is in both the Tarapamlico River Basin and the WS4PA Watershed Protection Overlay District, meaning that additional development will be subject to stormwater management requirements. This property has access to Nash County Public Water via an existing 12-inch water main already installed along South NC Highway 58, and the existing facilities utilize on-site septic systems. The property owner has submitted this rezoning request to rezone the entire subject property, both properties, to RCCZ, Rural Commercial Conditional Zone, for both the continued operation of the existing Harvest Family Health Center Medical and Dental Clinic, and specifically to allow the expansion of the existing medical building and its related parking area. So the dental building is on the right-hand side of your screen. The medical building to be expanded is on the left side of the screen. And if we zoom in on this area so we can see the detail of the expansion, this white is the existing building. There's a proposed addition to the front that is shown in gray here, a proposed addition to the north side shown in gray here, as well as a new parking area shown here with 25 new parking spaces. This parking area will require the relocation of the existing driveway. The existing driveway is right about here, which leads to the existing parking lot, which of course will be covered by the new building addition. So it'll need to be relocated further down to serve the new parking lot. It's my understanding from the project engineer with Herring Sutton that NCDOT has already evaluated that change and issued a driveway permit to authorize the relocation of the driveway. And that driveway permit does not require any changes to the right-of-way. And so no turn lane or any other improvements were deemed necessary for this expansion by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. The proposed new parking area will require a planted vegetative roadside screening buffer, which is shown on the site plan on either side of the new driveway, right along South NC Highway 58. Because the expanded parking area will be less than 100 feet from the immediately adjacent properties to the left, which is the north, and to the south, the west, which is to the bottom of the page, the developer must either reserve a 25-foot wide incompatible land use buffer yard or a 15-foot wide buffer yard with the addition of an opaque fence at least 5 feet high along those property boundaries for visual screening purposes. If the adjacent vegetation on the existing properties were to be removed in the future, then the responsibility to visually screen the parking area would continue to belong to the clinic. So they need to reserve the adequate amount of space, either 25 foot without a fence or 15 foot with a screening fence. And then the existing vegetation along the adjacent property lines will be sufficient for now. But if that adjacent property owner or owners were to remove that vegetation, then the clinic would be responsible for installing vegetative screening at that time. As I mentioned, this is a conditional rezoning, so it has the opportunity to attach reasonable site-specific conditions with the consent of the applicant. The land use plan designates this entire area as suburban growth. The request is partially consistent with the recommendations of the plan for the suburban growth area because, number one, the land use will be limited in scope by the submitted site plan and the recommended conditions of the request. Number two, the subject property has frontage along and direct access to South NC Highway 58, a major state highway. Number 3, the subject property is spatially separated from any existing dense residential development. It is immediately across the road from an existing church, which is a non-residential land use. Number 4, while the subject property is not located at a major intersection or in proximity to other similar land uses, as would typically be recommended by the plan, this site was previously determined by the Nash County Board of Commissioners to be an appropriate location for the existing medical and dental clinic back in July of 2001. The request may be considered reasonable in the public interest and not spot zoning because it is obviously an expansion of this already existing rural commercial zone to cover the adjacent square property to the north. And again, this rural commercial zone has been established and existing since July of 2001. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on October 11th and recommended approval subject to the development conditions. The Nash County Planning Board considered the request on October 17th. Mr. Jimmy Taylor with Bartlett Engineering and Surveying addressed the board on behalf of the applicant in support of the request, and no other members of the public addressed the board at that meeting. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request, subject to suggested development conditions. Again, as last time, your staff report beginning on page 21 includes a motion to approve or a motion to deny the zoning map amendment. It includes statements of plan consistency and reasonableness for both. I want to call your attention to the top of page 22, a list of 6 development conditions that are recommended in the event the request is approved. Number 1, the subject property would continue to be approved specifically for a medical and dental clinic only. Number 2, the subject property would be developed in accordance with the submitted and approved site plan only. Number 3, the developer shall reserve and/or plant the required roadside and incompatible land use screen and buffer yards as noted on the site plan and required by the ordinance. Number 4, the location of the proposed roadside screening buffer shall be reviewed and approved by NCDOT for site distance safety concerns. Number 5, prior to construction, these 2 adjacent tracts of land will need to be combined with either a recombination survey plat or an instrument of combination recorded in the Nash County Register of Deeds. And number 6 outlines the other documents and permits that will be required. A, an erosion and sedimentation control plan approval by the state. B, the driveway permit, which has already been issued by NCDOT. C, an on-site wastewater system expansion permit and certificate of compliance issued by Nash County Environmental Health. And finally, for my department, a Tar-Pamlico stormwater permit, zoning permit, commercial building permit, and commercial trade permits. Mr. Jimmy Taylor with Harry & Sutton is present with us this morning to represent the request. I'm sure he'll address any questions during the public hearing. And right now, I will pause and take any questions the board has on the staff report.
Question from board members of Mr. Tyson. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this item.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning request, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. And commissioners will be glad to hear from you. Seeing no movement, would the applicant like to make any comments at this time? Sir? Okay. If we got any question from a commissioner, we would call you forward if that's okay. All right, seeing no one wishes to speak, I entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move to close the public hearing.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, and the public hearing is now closed. Is there any other questions a commissioner may have on this item of Mr. Tyson or the applicant, if you happen to have one? If not, the pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the subject request and for adoption of the statement of plan consistency, subject to the conditions listed in the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries and rezoning request is approved. We'll move on to item number 10, which is a public hearing on a general rezoning request Z 221-001, 6975 Old Bailey Highway. Mr. Tyson?
The previous two rezonings were conditional rezonings. The next two are general rezonings, meaning there is not the opportunity to add conditions. In this particular case, the subject property is a .92 acre lot shown in red on both the aerial photo and the zoning map on the screen. It's owned by Lucina Garcia. It's located at 6975 Old Bailey Highway, just north of Taylor's Crossroads, which you can see on this map right there. Taylor's Crossroads is the intersection of Old Bailey Highway, Macedonia Road, and Sandy Cross Road. The property is currently zoned R30, as shown in the green on the zoning map to the right. It includes an existing home. It's north of and immediately adjacent to an existing RC rural commercial zoning district shown in the pinkish color right here around the intersection. Subject property is immediately adjacent to that. That existing rural commercial zoning district includes a convenience store at 118 Sandy Cross, and then directly beside this property, a beauty salon at 6993 Old Bailey Highway. The future redevelopment of the site could potentially be subject to stormwater management requirements. This property has access to Nash County Public Water via a 4-inch water main installed along Old Bailey Highway. The property owner has submitted this rezoning request to rezone the subject property to RC, rural commercial. That district is, quote, primarily intended to accommodate limited retail, office, and service uses, and those zones are, quote, typically located in the intersection area of rural roads and are intended to provide moderate intensity shopping and services. At the end of your report, there's an excerpt from the table of permitted uses, which lists the full range of land uses permitted for development in the proposed RC zoning district. Future redevelopment of the site for commercial use could potentially require the installation of screening buffers, but that would depend upon the details of the proposed site plan when that was submitted. The land development plan map designates this as part of an existing rural commercial area node around the existing intersection. And so the plan already designated this area for the development of small-scale businesses, and this rezoning is directly encouraged by the plan because, as you can see, the subject property outlined in yellow is identified as part of the area that was designated for commercial growth. The request would not be spot zoning. Again, it could be considered reasonable and in the public interest because it is an expansion of the immediately adjacent, already existing RC commercial zoning district at the intersection. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on October 11th and recommended approval based on its determination that the request is directly consistent with the recommendations of the Land Development Plan, reasonable, in the public interest, and not spot zoning. Planning Board considered this request on October 17th. No members of the public addressed the board regarding the request at that meeting. The Planning Board ultimately voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request and the suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below. You again have a motion to approve or a motion to deny and a suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness in your packet for either motion. And with that, I'll take any questions on the staff report.
Any questions from commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing at this time.
Move to enter into public hearing.
Motion by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing on this item on 6975 Old Bailey Highway. If there's anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this item, please come forward and state your name and address for the clerk. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, Adam is the applicant here as well.
I don't see anybody.
Okay. All right, entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Any other questions of staff and board members? The public hearing is now closed.
I've got a question for Mr.
Sure.
Tyson.
Go ahead.
Mr. Tyson, do you have any details whatsoever for the basis of the request, why they would be requesting this? I understand it's in the land use plan as currently stated, but why they would be requesting a rezoning?
I believe their immediate plans are to establish a hair salon at this location. I'm not sure if it's an additional hair salon or a relocation from the building that they're in at 6993. But of course, because it's a general rezoning, they would not be bound to those plans because they would have the same right as these other properties that are zoned as RC for anything on that range of land uses that are listed. But those are the immediate plans that have been identified to our department.
So if they did set up a hair salon or some other commercial business, would there be screening requirements?
If the hair salon or the parking were within 100 feet of a residentially zoned property, which since this property is surrounded on two sides by residentially zoned property, it's hard to imagine that they could do that without triggering some sort of screening requirement under the ordinance.
Okay.
But we'd need to see the details of the site plan to know exactly where it would be required.
Okay, and you would have the opportunity to do that before
Yes.
they set up shop? Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the general rezoning request Z221001 to rezone the subject property to rural commercial and adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness included in our agenda.
Are there conditions on this one as well?
No conditions.
No conditions, okay, thank you. All right, have a motion on the floor, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs, motion by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll move right on into item number 11, which is another public hearing for general rezoning Z221002 on South Old Carriage Road. Mr. Tyson.
This is the final rezoning on the agenda today. It is a general rezoning like the last one, so there will be no conditions. Subject property is approximately 22.7 acres. It's a portion of attractive land owned by New Scion LLC, shown on the maps, highlighted in red on the left and highlighted in yellow on the zoning map on the right. This property is on the east side of South Old Carriage Road. It is just south of Nash Central High School. The property is currently undeveloped and zoned GI General Industrial. It is immediately adjacent to the Ricks Plantation subdivision to the east, which is shown in the orange color on the right-hand side of the zoning map. And it is directly across the road from the Sandy Acres and Paul Whitley Ayers subdivisions to the west, and that would be this row of roadfront lots directly along South Old Carriage Road. The site is located in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin and the WS4PA Watershed Protection Overlay District, so it will be subject to stormwater management requirements. The property's northern boundary right here, you can see is kind of an irregular line. That's because that boundary is defined by Maple Creek, which would be subject to a 50-foot wide riparian buffer to protect it from disturbance. The property owner has submitted this request to downzone the subject property from GI to RA30 single-family residential. A request is considered a downzoning when the land uses permitted by the new residential district, the new district, are less intensive than the land uses permitted by the current district. And of course, the residential zoning zoning district permits residential land uses, but the existing industrial would permit a wide range of much more intensive factory and manufacturing uses that could be developed on the property. So the result of the rezoning would be a downzoning to reduce the intensity of things that could potentially be developed on the property. The proposed RA30 district is, quote, primarily intended to accommodate low-density, single-family detached dwellings on large lots. That district requires a minimum lot size of 30,000 square feet, and it does not permit the development of any single-wide or double-wide manufactured homes. The land development plan designates this whole area as suburban growth area. You'll note it does not have a designation in the top right-hand corner. That is the Nash Central High School campus and has actually been annexed into the city of Rocky Mount's jurisdiction. And so that does not apply under our current land use plan. The plan typically would not recommend rezoning to an RA30 zoning district within the suburban growth area without access to public water service. This lot does not have access to county public water service, but it may potentially have access to City of Rocky Mount public water service. However, the land use plan does not necessarily anticipate or provide specific recommendations for this somewhat rare occurrence of a downzoning request. And I would also ask the board to keep in mind that after the rezoning, it would match the zoning designation of the immediately adjacent subdivision to the east, RA30. The technical, and for that reason, it would not be spot zoning. The Technical Review Committee considered the request on October 11th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered the request on October 17th. Mr. Ethan Averett with Stocks Engineering addressed the board on behalf of the applicant in support of the request. Ms. Sarah Thompson of 1716 South Oak Carriage Road addressed the board to confirm that duplexes would not be allowed in the proposed RA30 zoning district, and indeed they would not. She also expressed her concern about increased traffic. Ms. Faye Bedingfield of 1640 South Oak Carriage Road also addressed the board to express traffic-related concerns. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request and the suggested statement of plan consistency and reasonableness found in your packet. Again, there are two motions, one to approve, one to deny. Both have suggested statements of plan consistency and reasonableness. And I'll be happy to take any questions on the staff report.
Questions of Mr. Tyson from board members?
Mr. Tyson?
Yes, sir.
Would there be a traffic survey completed prior to any additional construction?
Well, prior to any, if there were internal roads to be built to develop a subdivision on this property, it would have to go through the Technical Review Committee, which would involve the NCDOT's review and analysis. If, for instance, the property owner decided to just subdivide road front lots with no interior roads, first of all, those road front lots would have to be double wide because of the traffic on South Oak Carriage Road. But the DOT would have the opportunity to review driveway permits for each individual lot and could make requirements to the right-of-way as required at that time. So either way, whether it's a major subdivision or a minor subdivision, there's an opportunity for the NCDOT to weigh in and have some authority over those driveways.
So if the homes were built on the roadway, that would consume all the land?
If that was the design that was proposed.
If not, there'd be interior development?
Right.
Thanks, sir.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tyson. I'll entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this rezoning request.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, with second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing on this rezoning request on South Oak Carriage Road. If there's someone here that wishes to speak for or against this item, please come forward and state your name and address for the record, and the board will be glad to hear from you. Seeing no movement, is the applicant here, Mr. Tyson? I do think so. Andrew, do you wish to say anything?
If you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by like sign? The public hearing is now closed. Any additional questions of the applicant by a board member or staff? Seeing none, pleasure of the board.
I move for approval of the request and approval of the adoption of the statement of plan, consistency and reasonableness. That's a hard word to say. It's reasonable.
To myself as well, sir. Have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Rezoning request stands approved. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Everybody okay? Keep moving? Okay. All right, we'll move on to item number 12, which is the public hearing on the Nash County 2022 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. And I will call on Mr. Tyson to make his presentation at this time.
Thank you. The purpose of the proposed Nash County 2022 Comprehensive Land Use Plan is to recognize present trends and future needs in order to establish goals and policies that will guide the growth and development of the rural unincorporated areas of Nash County over the next 10 to 20 years. The plan has been prepared over the last year by Stewart Incorporated, a land planning consultant, under the oversight of the Nash County Land Use Plan Steering Committee, which was a joint committee consisting of 3 county commissioners and 4 planning board members. The full Board of Commissioners was last updated on the status of the plan back on August the 1st. Since that time, 3 public meetings were held to present the draft plan and to solicit written and online comments on the plan. Those were held August 16th here in this room, August the 23rd at the Drake Community Center, and August the 25th at the Southern Nash Senior Center. Following those meetings and a review of the submitted comments, the draft plan was finalized by the steering committee on September the 8th. The Nash County Technical Review Committee considered the plan on October 11th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered the plan on October 17th. 8 members of the public addressed the board regarding the plan at that time. The Planning Board voted to recommend approval of the plan with a split vote of 5 to 3. The options the board has this morning after the public hearing is to adopt the plan as presented, to adopt the plan with modifications, which of course those modifications would need to be specified, or to reject the Nash County 2022 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. I want to pause there and introduce Andrea Radford with Stewart, our land planning consultant, who's going to go through a quick presentation on the process of how we got here and the contents of the plan. And then I'll have some final comments before we take questions from the board and open up the public hearing. Andrea?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This morning, I'll review the process and schedule, go over the public engagement, go over the plan goals, future land use map, and recommendations, and then we'll discuss the updates from the last steering committee meeting. As you know, this land use plan documents a community conversation to discusses the values and goals of the community. Every jurisdiction in North Carolina is required to have a reasonably maintained land use plan. This plan will provide guidance, will guide projects, funding, and policies for the next 10 to 20 years. It includes a future land use map that reflects the current trends and needs of the community, and there are recommendations for housing, infrastructure, transportation, economic development, and parks and natural resources. Like Adam said, this was it's been a 15-month process. We began reviewing existing plans and the existing conditions of the community. We got to know the community through a community tour. We also had a public survey and 4 community meetings. We drafted the plan, brought the plan back to the steering committee, and now we're here to review the plan with you. This is just another version of the schedule. We began this process with stakeholder interviews. There were over 30 stakeholders that attended. We had 8 steering committee meetings. We had a community survey that ran for approximately 30 days. We had 585 responses. The project website has been up to date and currently includes the current version of the plan. And Adam's provided updates to you as well as the planning board. The steering committee there were 4 planning board members and 3 commissioners, and we had 8 steering committee meetings throughout the process. The steering committee played a huge role in the development of the plan and volunteered their time to review and craft the plan, including all aspects, including goals, future land use map, and recommendations. There are 5 goals in the plan. There's the first goal covers infrastructure and utility planning. The second goal covers economic development. Third goal covers the support of farmers and agriculture operations. The fourth goal talks about protecting the natural environment. And the sixth goal talks about expanding the park systems. Now, these do not, the order of these goals does not cover the importance of the goals. They all have even weight. The future land use map has 6 character areas. You have 1 large residential agricultural area that is in green, which allows 20,000 square foot lots or less that are not recommended without public water and sewer. Lots of 30,000 square feet are recommended throughout with or without public water or sewer. You also have, in the blue, you have a water protection natural resource area. In the light red, you have rural commercial, which is designated at key intersections. In the bright red is the general commercial minor employment. This is designated at major highway intersections. And then you have the purple, which is major employment and industrial, which is designated where industrial uses are already or where they're desired. The gray is the municipal growth area. This is the municipality's planning jurisdiction, but it does add to the tax base of the county. Underneath the 5 goals are big ideas. There are 2 to 3 big ideas to support the goals, followed by recommendations and action items that add more specificity. But the big ideas are categorized by planning topic areas. You have land use, economic development, parks, recreation, and open space, transportation, infrastructure, utilities, and services. Like I said, we had 3 public meetings. Adam outlined those public meetings during his portion of the presentation. Some of the common themes that we heard were people like large lots, and people are really concerned about the protection of farmland and forested areas. And they wanted to see greater efforts to expand availability of broadband and to require solar farms to provide a performance guarantee for dismantling and cleanup. So the steering committee decided to consider these items. They updated the land use section, a requirement to consider requiring solar farms to provide a performance guarantee for dismantling and cleanup. And an action item was added to the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space portion to explore opportunities to enhance programming needs of youth, senior, and disabled populations. Future land use map also included an update, and there was an addition of a commercial character area outside of Rocky Mount along US 64. Okay. That is all. Thank you.
All right, any questions, board members?
Yes, I'm looking at the map over the weekend on land supply. You got available, utilized, and underutilized. It shows that we have a lot of available land. Then I look over here on the map, residential susceptibility. And looking at that map, extremely low all over the county. And very low and low. And then looks like the better places for residential housing is around the municipalities. That kind of bothered me, because I know we have two sections, the Piedmont soils, west, northwest, Coastal Plain is northeast, and in this map, to me, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, shows that we have extremely low, and if you're going to build in these areas, you're going to need a water system and not your own private water or septic tank. Can you respond to that?
I think we can, but I'm going to need to switch to the document camera.
Adam, are you okay to answer that now, or would you rather get through and then answer questions? I could
answer this now.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
The first map you referred to is on page 31 of the plan, the land supply map. And like you noted, the areas in green are available for development, and that covers most of the county. The second map you referenced is on page 33, which is a measure of residential suitability. And like you said, the highest suitability is in and around the municipalities. But I would note over here on the right-hand side, these are the factors that Stewart used to identify those areas. And suitable soils were included, but that's not the only factor. They also factored in proximity to existing concentrated streets, proximity to retail and services, proximity to school and parks, distance from industrial uses, distance from environmental constraints, distance from water supply, watershed regulations, on and on. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the areas that are extremely low in residential suitability aren't suitable for houses. It just means they're not the areas that have maximum suitability when you factor in all these different variables that are listed along the right-hand side.
Thank you.
Well, when I looked at the map, I just, and I know we've classified the soils in Nash County. And this doesn't, to me, it is quite different from the way soils have been classified. I know we're looking at it from the standpoint of rezoning for housing. At that time, that wasn't the reason that we did it, but in fact, we did the entire county, including the city of Rocky Mount. I was looking for my old map, I couldn't find it over the weekend. Somewhere I stored it. But as I run it through my mind, there's a difference here than what that map was saying. And
I think that the difference can be attributed to the fact that your map was focused on soil conditions, as I understand it.
Exactly.
But soil conditions was only one factor in generating this map.
yeah, well, it would soil conditions would have an impact.
Certainly.
Mr. Tyson, I think you can go ahead and finish up.
Okay.
Ms. Radford, you have something else you wish to say?
No, that's all. Thank you.
She'll be available in case we have any
Okay.
questions.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just a couple of things I want to point out. Some were mentioned by Ms. Radford, but I just want to emphasize them. Number one, the land use plan is not optional. We are required by state law as a jurisdiction that enforces zoning regulations to have a land use plan. On the other hand, the land use plan is not regulatory. It is advisory. It's the lens through which the county will evaluate planning and development decisions, but it's not binding. The Board of Commissioners remain free to use their best judgment and do not always have to follow the plan as long as they remember to acknowledge the plan. Agriculture remains exempt from zoning regulations in North Carolina. Certainly, this plan could do nothing to change that because that is the law of the land. The plan explicitly recommends continued support for voluntary, traditional, and enhanced ag district programs to preserve farmland from development. The current zoning map will not change automatically with the adoption of this plan. The zoning map would only change incrementally as we receive applications and go through public hearings. This plan and this land use map is simply the criteria that the staff will use to formulate our recommendations to the Planning Board and to the Board of Commissioners. If we look at the future land use map that is included in the draft plan, there's been very little change to the areas that were already designated for commercial or industrial development in the previous land use plan. There were a few crossroads that were previously identified for rural commercial development that have been removed. And then there's the one small additional commercial area that Ms. Radford noted just north of Nash Community College campus, and there's already commercial development on that site. The county's Planning and Development Authority obviously does not extend into our municipalities or their ETJs. This plan does nothing to change that. Our municipalities will remain independent to make their own planning and zoning and development decisions. This map on the screen is really at the heart of the plan. It's the result of a compromise between members of the steering committee. On the one hand, it reduces support for 20,000 square foot residential lots that were becoming more and more common throughout the county's jurisdiction over the last 2 years. Those 20,000 square foot lots are currently recommended throughout the county's jurisdiction wherever public water is present. But the new plan would only recommend 20,000 square foot lots where public water and sewer is available, which would be a much more limited area. The county has some sewer line that's available, but the great majority of it is limited by contractual agreements to be used only for commercial or industrial development only. And so at this time, the expansion of sewer by a private developer remains a very expensive proposition, and that is not expected to change in the near future. On the other hand, although the plan reduces support for 20,000 square foot lots, it increases support for 30,000 square foot lots. The current default recommendation throughout the county under the current plan is for 40,000 square foot residential lots. But under the new plan, the recommendation would be for the slightly smaller 30,000 square foot lots, regardless of the availability of public water or sewer. These new criteria for evaluating planning and development decisions like rezonings will take effect immediately upon the adoption of the plan. What will take a little longer and involve additional public meetings and hearings will be the recommended changes that the plan proposes for our Unified Development Ordinance. Again, the plan is advisory, but the Unified Development Ordinance is regulatory. It's the actual regulations that govern development. And so we will have to proceed through public hearing processes to amend the changes in the ordinance that are recommended by the plan. Some of those changes that are recommended include, but are not limited to, considering requirements to reduce potential conflicts between residential development and existing agricultural operations through open space, separation distance, or vegetated buffer requirements. Further reducing new driveway access onto heavily traveled roads by encouraging or requiring lots to be accessed by new interior roads. increased front building setbacks along heavily traveled roads to locate new homes further back from the road itself, more stringent cluster subdivision requirements, including only allowing clustering from 40,000 to 30,000 square feet, with increased open space requirements and a minimum requirement for usable open space. And finally, shorter block lengths and increased connectivity standards between adjacent neighborhoods to improve walkability and reduce traffic congestion. So all of those topics will need to be addressed separately from today's decision through public hearing processes to actually enact those changes as amendments to the ordinance itself. Finally, I want to thank the steering committee, the planning board. I want to thank Andrea and all of the Stewart staff who've worked on the plan over the last year. And also I want to thank all the members of the public who have participated in any way by providing input or their attention to this plan process and that made the plan what it is today. With that, I'll pause and take any further questions of the staff from the board, and then we can proceed with the public hearing.
Questions of Mr. Tyson at this time from board members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
Move we go into public hearing.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries, and ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing, and you're welcome to come up and speak to the board if you support this as it is, or if you have some issues with it. We'd certainly like to hear from you. We do anticipate a rather large number of speakers, and therefore, I'm going to ask you to hold your comments to 3 minutes if possible. This board generally isn't real firm on that, but this morning I would really ask that you do hold it to 3 minutes if you could, just to give everyone a chance to voice their opinion. And with that said, I will open it up to the floor. If you wish to speak on this matter, please come forward. State your name and address clearly for the record, so the clerk can record that. But the public hearing is now open, and if you wish to speak, please come forward. There will be a time clock on the screen so you can keep up with where you are. I appreciate you doing that. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Morning. Greg Buns, 1626 Exum Road, Nashville. Property tax current.
We'll check that out for the meeting, sir.
I stand here representing Nash County Farm Bureau, and we appreciate all the work that's gone into this land use plan, especially Mr. Tyson. We sent you all a letter on our stance after the planning board meeting. We have somewhat changed it. So on behalf of Nash County Farm Bureau, we would like to express our opposition to 20,000 square foot lots. You know, farmers are very practical people. Production side of ag don't want to see any more lots. You know, we want to keep this land. Pick your own and others, so more people, that's a good thing for us. But, you know, we all love our country life, and we want to make sure development is comes with adequate plans for public safety. And I've been on big equipment on highways and behind big equipment, and it's really different. It's really tough, and every day it gets worse in Nash County, and I hope there's ways that we can try to reduce, you know, the danger of a highway. So with that, I'll just restate, we are opposed to the 20,000 square foot lots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. Next speaker. Morning, Scott.
Morning. Trey Braswell, 3020 North NC Highway 58 in Nashville. First, I want to start by thanking y'all for the work you do and the folks that work for the county. We appreciate what y'all have done and what y'all have done on this. I am Trey Braswell, and our family runs and operates Braswell Family Farms, or Braswell Milling Company, as you may know it. And our family and our company is, by God's grace, been in Nash County for multiple generations. And I hope that continues. We love Nash County. I think our greatest concern is, as we've seen, I think we've all seen it here in North Carolina, we've seen it across the country, that as development moves into the rural areas, often agriculture is the loser in that. We are in animal agriculture, which often is even a greater loser. So we just have concerns. I'm not here to technically tell you what we do or don't want. We trust y'all to handle your jobs appropriately. I just ask that you listen to the comments that the farmers and the folks in agriculture have made throughout this process. Nash County has been very focused on agriculture throughout its history. I hope that it will stay that way. So I'm just asking that you continue to focus on that. We would not like to see things like we've seen down east, where residential developments grow in rural areas around animal agriculture and other agriculture, and oftentimes when that happens, it's the folks in agriculture that lose. And agriculture's been a winner for Nash County for its history, and we want Nash County to continue to win, and we would love to continue to be here and operate. That's all I've got to say. I just, again, want to reiterate, I appreciate what y'all do. I'm thankful for you. And again, just hope that you'll consider what the results are of your survey, what you've heard in your meetings. And again, thank you so much.
Trey, we thank you and appreciate the trust you put in the two boards working on it.
Absolutely.
Next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jane Flowers Finch, 1810 Craig Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm an attorney in Raleigh, but I'm a native of Nash County, and many generations of my family here. My 95-year-old mother still lives here, and I'm a landowner, she's a landowner, and we've had great interest in this new Unified Development Plan. Growth and development in Nash County, yes. Growth in the direction of southern Nash County, yes. Smart, constructive growth is the key, and that's what I'm asking you for. The master key to this growth we want in Nash County. Uncontrolled, wide open, free-for-all will not create a favorable environment for growth. So we have to have management and control, and you have the master key to that. Default zoning to R30 is a major mistake. That's 0.68 tenths of an acre, basically. And keeping default zoning at R40 should be done. It will not be hard. A lot of other things in the plan is fine, but we need to keep it at R40. You have the power. Anybody that wants to come in here and put in R30 can do that. They can come in here and ask a variance. They can do it without a lawyer. They can come in here and do it with Mr. Tyson, and they can come in here and do R30, but then you have some control over it. And so I think it's very important that we keep default zoning at R40. Y'all let everybody build out there on Stony Hill Church Road. You can still do that. You can still do that if we leave it at R40. You've been generous in letting people do that, and you can continue to do that. But if you put in R30, it's going to be de facto. Although Mr. Tyson says it's not binding, I'm not sure. I think there's going to be an argument as a lawyer that that's the default zoning, and people are going to want R30 no matter what. I think the reason for R30 is to help the developers. And you know, we need to help developers, but it doesn't need to be, like I say, free for all. They can still do that. And particularly where there's no water. And I don't know if any of y'all have built a well in the last year or two, but I have built a well for my mother on alternate 264, 1 mile east of Bailey, because the well supplying 2 rental houses went dry. It cost $20,000 to dig that well, because we had to go 600 feet, because the aquifers are drained by the rock quarry, which is 1 mile east of this property. And so I'm letting you know, if you're going to go in there, 0.68 acres, we could not have put a well in if we had tried to put that well on the lots where those houses were located, only because my mother owned the land over there out in the field, and they went way out there in the field. And by the way, the county decided where we would dig that well. So I think it's going to be tough for people to come in here where there's no water to take an R30 lot and try to put a house. I want to object briefly to the process. There's been limited citizens' participation. I went to the meetings. 3 minutes is not enough to speak. I spoke 3 minutes at the planning department, only 3 minutes here. I've talked to some of you. It's not been enough. And also, I also always raise, as I've raised with y'all before, and I've been here on the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, I don't feel comfortable with your ethics procedure prior to your meetings and making proper disclosures. So I would like to note for the record any objection should there's evidence come out that there is an ethical concern. Because I do know you have to object too, but you can't object if the information is not disclosed. And I don't think you're properly following me, and sometime I'll talk to Mr. Durham about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Next speaker. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir. Mr. Sharon?
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. My name is Marvin Sharon, and I live at 5088 Oak Level Road. And this morning, when I was thinking about this comprehensive plan, I take a little bit different view than some we've just heard, because I do some development, and I'm a farmer by trade, and probably not good at either one of them. But what I'm seeing here is we have let out, this is getting so expensive. You just heard the lady talk about a $20,000 well. And to develop property today, the infrastructure cost is getting out of the roof. Asphalt today is at $700 a ton. We've been normally in the $300 range, $200 range. Last year it was in the $400 range. This lady just said they had to spend 20 grand on a well. To purchase property to develop, it's becoming very expensive. Where I'm headed with this is, we're leaving out a whole group of people that we have not mentioned nothing about, and that's the affordable housing people. We're making it almost impossible for all walks of life, no matter what race background you come from, to be able to afford a home in Nash County. And coupled with that, we have an economic development department that is working very hard to bring industry and businesses here to Nash County. Nash County has invested a lot of money in property for economic development. The first thing that these people look at is a comprehensive housing plan that is conducive for all people that make minimum wage, that make $15 an hour, $20 an hour, and so forth and so on. So to keep making it harder for people that need affordable housing in Nash County, and harder for the Economic Development Commission people to do their job, we need to, the 30,000 square foot lots is probably a good compromise, I think. But also, we have to think about the affordable housing people and our economic development people. How does this affect that? How do we keep developing? I'm a farmer. I was born and raised a farmer. And I am very concerned about farmland and protecting our farmland values, but we are in Nash County, and we're going to see growth. To have larger lots, or 40,000 square foot lots, or even a 30,000 square foot lots, it's not conserving our farmland. It's using up more of our farmland. When we develop property, the first thing we look at is our inventory. How much inventory of lots do we have in Nash County? So then I say, well, the inventory is right for me to build 100 lots. I can put 100 lots on the ground. Well, I'm going to keep buying land till I get enough land, regardless of what your requirement is, to get that 100 lots that I want to build, because I know the market can support it. So if these locations are on smaller lots, then we're conserving farmland. For instance, I just did a subdivision up in Halifax County. It was on one of my farms. And there are 20,000 square foot lots. They were all put on the highway. It was a low travel highway. They're 100 foot wide, 200 foot deep. There was a 60-acre farm, so I put 25 families on that piece of land, and I continue to farm 48 acres. So I don't understand the rationale for wanting lots bigger when we can make them smaller, provided that the health department can approve that lot and have a septic system and a repair area. I think we got a great health department. They do a great job. They're overseen by the state. So I don't see smaller lots being a concern for septic systems. But there again, I am a farmer, and I am very much concerned about farmland and agriculture, because that's why I am where I am today. It's through agriculture. But I don't understand the need to have bigger lots taking up more farmland when we can do it on a smaller area. Also, on the 20,000 square feet with water and sewer, it makes no sense at all. Nobody can even afford to develop a 20,000 square foot lot and run the sewer infrastructure with lift stations and pump stations and even gravity fed. It's not even feasible. So, and then you have the economic development people coming in and industry looking at that, and they're saying, well, my God, they don't even support homes for our people that need affordable housing, because affordable housing, when you have more density in an area that's conducive for sewer, as an example, near a municipality, that would be a great place to have a tighter density subdivision to help the people that need to come in and work in Nash County. So I don't know, that's my take on it. I feel like that the water and sewer thing with 20,000 square foot, you might as well take the whole thing out, because nobody can afford to develop any project with 20,000 square feet and put the infrastructure in with sewer. That doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next speaker.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Heather Finch, 4462 Stony Hill Church Road.
And Heather, I do intend to address your question
Yes, sir.
prior to us taking action on
Okay,
this
sure.
matter. Thank you.
So prior?
Prior to us taking any action, I'm
Okay.
going to get a ruling from the attorney about your previous question.
Yes, sir. And my Aunt Jane Finch Story is representing too, so she'll be able to speak with him
Okay.
regarding legal matters. Thank
Okay.
you. I wish I had more than 3 minutes, considering this impacts more than 3 minutes of what could happen in Nash County. I wanted to start off by saying that Mr. Braswell said trust, and that really struck with me, because he's trusting you all to make the right decisions for our county. I don't know if you all were able to watch the meeting on October 17th or review it and listen to it, but several people from the community spoke up, even Mr. Bunn from Farm Bureau, in which he made some great points, which I wish we could have replayed that for this morning. I also read a few quotes that were made by some of the planning board committee members that were made public in July of 2022, where they basically made fun of, and I interpreted it as making fun of farmers and and using the word switch and bait, and we have to put this language in here to make it more relaxed for the county commissioners will be on board of it. So the language, no way that they use, and I encourage you to go back to that. I'm happy to email, but it was really disturbing because to me, that's not at all what the 585 responses from Nash County citizens who vote for you all to be put in office recommended. I do appreciate the survey and the work that y'all have done. I do have a few questions regarding Mr. Belfield's points about soil. I understand, sandy soil in the survey, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look both ways. It does percolate well, and it does great for septic. However, have you looked at how many homes are being put on these lots at one time? Can they support the 400 houses on 40 to 50 acres, or that's a great stretch of numbers, but have you looked at how that does impact it in the zones of how the land is, and especially in the southern end of the county where I'm from, and how it is near water supply and water resources? Additionally, last year, when we've been going through some of this, I was able to review some of the LTAR and soil information that was submitted for some of the Williams Grove rezoning, and the way they did it was 3 to 5 houses at a time versus all those houses. So when you look at the larger picture, that's going to make a negative impact. And then did you also look at past surveys of what's happened in California, Louisiana, Texas, South Carolina, southern part, southeastern part of North Carolina, where people have gotten sick and cancer because they didn't look into this? We don't have septic in the southern end of the county. So why in the heck are we going to put this there? We don't have that in place. I just feel like this is a rush decision to just get things done. I know, a year seems like a long time, but it's not a long time in the scheme of things when it impacts the economic agriculture for our area, education, environmental resources, and our drinking water. There's a water crisis already. You look at Arizona, they've got a huge water supply issue because of the water is actually being exported out to feed for cows in Asia. So let's slow the horses, really think about what we're doing here and the impact on our future. So thank you all for your time. I know it's a lot of work, and but I really just respect for the county and everybody who can't be here, and it's hard to make it on a weekday at 9 in the morning. I luckily work for West Coast Company and can come in here. So thank you guys.
Thank
and
you, ma'am.
ladies.
Appreciate it. Anyone else wish to speak? Morning, Kevin.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Smith, 6054 Haywood Drive. I served as the chair of the planning board, and I also serve on the steering committee that worked on developing the land development plan. I would like to encourage the commissioners to approve the land use plan as presented. Much time was spent by everyone on the steering committee to come up with an equitable and fair plan which effectively and fairly meets the needs of the citizens of Nash County. While no plan is perfect, after 14 months of meetings, we feel this plan was the best compromise of ideas presented to the committee, and it passed with a 6-to-1 vote. Every effort was made to consider the interests of landowners, whether they are farmers, developers, or residents. As one can imagine, ideas differ on the best use of land depending on personal goals. Farmers want to protect the agricultural interests. Developers want to keep development costs down. Business owners want to have access to more customers. Rural residents want to preserve the rural lifestyle, and the list goes on and on. The question quickly became, how can we satisfy everyone's wants without harming another group's interest? There's only one answer, and that answer is compromise, which is what this plan is. This plan represents a give and take between all stakeholders. We have eliminated R20 except where county water and sewer are both available, which is only one small area in the county on the 97 corridor. We have eliminated the cluster option for anything below R40. These were pain points for many people. In exchange, we have opened up all of the county to R30, which equates to roughly 3/4 acre lots. We decided to make this a countywide change instead of designating only certain areas as R30. County commissioners and boards should not be in the business of picking winners and losers. Each of you represent a district made up of people with different ideas and needs. So by making R30 a countywide standard, each area of the county is equal in opportunity, and this is important. I encourage each of you to not be swayed by those who refuse to compromise and only want what is best for their personal interest. I would also like to stress that many concerns about the plan are really concerns that will be addressed by ordinances placing requirements on subdivision design. Once the land development plan is in place, work can begin immediately on these ordinances. This plan represents the best path forward for Nash County to continue honoring our rich agricultural traditions and contributions while also encouraging healthy and sustainable growth. So, thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. How are you doing? Madam Clerk, Kyle Pritchard, 211 East Nash Street in Spring Hope, North Carolina. Thank you all for your service to the county. I wanted to point out a couple of things. I believe on one of the slides that she showed, the biggest font was larger lot sizes. And I think on a couple of the slides that Mr. Tyson showed, for rezoning earlier, he mentioned that there was water already at every section that was getting a rezoning request. Now, some things that I brought up at the planning board meeting concerns were that it wouldn't be long before water and sewer would be available in a lot of the county areas. And we already have half of that infrastructure there in just the rezoning request that we saw today. In another slide, we saw where county development had grown right up to the Rocky Mount border. And this was something that I also brought up, is that the municipality should grow with you guys as you grow. So you say that you want the towns to grow and you put them first, but yet you make your development ordinances entice developers to build right up to city limits and not come inside our city limits. If they can get 20,000 acre or 20,000 square foot lots in the county, then they're going to expect the towns to give them 8, 6, or 4. And that will change the shape of what Eastern Rural Spring Hope and the towns in the county look like. So all I'm asking you guys to do is to listen to what the stakeholders, the people that took the surveys, to what they said. In every good decision, there is a compromise. But that compromise is not 20,000 square foot lots. One of the most alarming decisions that this board made that got the most public outcry was the 20,000 square foot lot major development that happened. And I understand that some farmers, they need to capitalize and get as many lots as they can. But we also have to listen to our constituents, the ones that elected us, and what the majority of them want. It's not 20,000 square foot lots. It's 40,000 square foot lots. But I think 30,000 is a good compromise. So I'm going to close my comments with what all of the residents that continue to call me and ask me to say is, strike 20,000 completely. One of the commissioners just simply make a motion to amend the plan to allow 30,000, no 20,000, regardless if it's public water and sewer or if it's interior roads. It's 40,000 right now as far as the general public. Most of them believe it's 40,000. So just let it go down to 30. Nash County's not quite ready to go down to 20 and let all that dense urbanization come to our county. I appreciate you all's time for letting me speak tonight. Mr. Tyson, thank you for your hard work on this. Ms. Schatzer, good to see you. And again, county commissioners, thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else wish to speak? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. David Geiger, 755 Ranch Road, Clayton. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I want to also thank Mr. Tyson and his staff for the work they put in, and also the committees who've worked on this plan. I think the word I heard a lot this morning was compromise, which is probably a great word. I also, like one of the previous speakers, do some development work, and we do our best to work with the local community, local farmers. In fact, we had a farmer nearby one of our projects that needed to access a water source on the other side of our property. We worked with him to be able to draw a line across our property and pull water to have water for his reservoir to water his crops. We have a current development we're working on, where we're working to direct our stormwater from the road to go into a reservoir which is currently dry, refill that so it can be used for cattle and crops. So development is not always a bad thing. Sometimes there's side benefits even for farmers and the people that sound as though in large part they're against this development. I think that Nash County is going to grow. I think we need to do it smartly. When we see growth, we see tax dollars come into our county, we see jobs come into the county. We as an employer, employ folks who are local. We spend our money locally in local restaurants. When we have meetings, we stop by and have a meal there. We buy hardware at the local hardware stores. We buy rocks as close as we can because of fuel costs, it's practical, but we spend money in the local area, and that puts money back into Nash County and back into local businesses. So I think we need to keep in mind that when we're saying we don't want any growth or we don't want lots of certain size, we're also saying we don't want the tax dollars and we don't want the infrastructure support. Where do you think the money comes from to build better roads? Is from people moving into your community and spending their tax dollars there. Likewise, the farmer mentioned earlier, the farmer who was also a developer, that the costs are going up, and we are seeing it get more and more expensive for homes to be built. And if we can frankly reduce our lot size, that doesn't just help developers, it also helps homeowners who are coming in to buy those homes to put tax money in Nash County. So if we can make the lot size smaller, sell them to a builder at a little bit less money, they pass along, we hope, the savings to the homeowner. I think it's a win for all of us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. Anyone else wish to speak? Morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning. DeLeon Parker, 4644 South Halifax Road. And I'm on the planning board, and I was on the steering committee that put this plan together. So thank y'all for hearing us and for working with us on that. I think we're all in agreement that there's great importance of our farmland, what the value it is that it brings to our county, and the importance of preserving it as we grow, because we are going to grow. Fortunately, there are some tools that we can use to help accomplish that. And outside of things like conservation easements and buying development rights and things like that, those tools tend to be smaller lots and cluster development. Now, don't take my word for that. I've got a stack of research here that says that, and I'm going to quickly go through that for you. One of those is an article from a while back from the American Planning Association, where they were talking about using cluster development as a way to preserve rural character. About 20 years ago, Cabarrus County was dealing with this issue, gets from growth from Charlotte, and as a part of their study, they found that one of their guiding principles was that they needed to develop land use policies and zoning ordinances that work for agriculture. Conventional large lot zoning is ineffective because it accelerates residential development and converts agricultural areas into lots that are too small to farm. Okay, so they're right here close to us. Acceleration of loss. And once it's taken out of agricultural use, it's never going to go back. It's just gone forever. Utah Department of Agriculture, same type of issue, trying to implement statewide guidance for how they preserve agricultural land. One of their primary goals is encouraging developers to cluster growth and promote denser development, leaving larger portions of farmland intact when farms are developed. They give the example of instead of developing a 41-acre lots on a 40-acre of land, which I've heard several people opposed to denser development saying, just leave it at 40 acres. Leave it in an acre a lot. They suggest that the developer instead conserve 20 acres for agricultural use and develop 40 half-acre lots on the remaining 20 acres of land, effectively conserving 20 acres of land. Their implementation involved seeing individual city councils basically incentivizing cluster development, that they wanted to explore the benefits of cluster development, and that they wanted developers to create compact communities that preserved agricultural land and open space whenever possible. You've got the American Farmland Trust, which is devoted to preservation of farmland across the United States. And basically what they've got to say about it is, if policymakers and land use planners focused on reducing sprawl by promoting compact development, agricultural land conversion could be cut by 7.5 million acres compared to just the way that we do it now. So again, compact lot size for residential use, preserving our agricultural land. Got another one that I won't go through with you, but this is from New Jersey, where they were experiencing pressure from, obviously, the New York City area, because they needed to preserve family farms. They looked at a kind of a modified type of clustering called non-contiguous clustering, but basically they came to the same conclusion. This is a way that we can use to preserve farmland while we also allow for growth. Then you've got the town of Southampton, which if you don't know where that is in New York, and I didn't, if you look at the kind of the island that New York City's on, New York City's at the bottom, town of Southampton is at the top. So they realized 50 years ago that they were experiencing incredible pressure from developers to develop, and they wanted to figure out how to preserve their farmland. So they issued a study in the early 2000s to look at the techniques and tools that they had used, and they said clustering should not be dismissed as a viable tool to add protected farmland to the acres that can be protected. They said it was clear in the results of their study that enacting a mandatory or at a minimum discretionary program of clustering improved the attainment of farmland preservation goals. And then finally, from North Carolina State University, in partnership with the North Carolina Forestry Service, has looked at conservation subdivisions, which is another type of modified clustering that tries to preserve rural landscapes and farming. They say that in the conservations, they get some guidelines for what that would look like, but I want to show you a picture. I think that's the best way to show you the difference. This was in New Bern. This is your typical 1-acre lot subdivision that if we continue to allow and promote, this is what we're going to look like everywhere in the county. This is the same subdivision properly done as a cluster development. I'd much rather see that one. Now that calls for significantly denser development in the area that is developed, but look at the farmland and the natural rural character that we can preserve if we do that. I mean, that tells the tale to me. Closing out, what they had to say was, conservation subdivision benefits, a well-developed cluster basically leads to higher home values. It reduces infrastructure costs, both for subdivisions, developers, and for the county. Has benefits to wildlife because you've increased natural areas. It reduced the amount of impervious surface by 31% and resulted in a 38% reduction in runoff and pollutant loads. And then it created access to open spaces so that it reduced, again, cost to the county. In a nutshell, by having smart growth and smart development, which is what everybody keeps saying we want, but there's not really a presentation on what that means or how we get there, this tells us how we get there. If you've got a limited resource and you want to be sure that it's there for the future, the only way to do that is to be sure that when you have a use that's not for agriculture, that we take a smaller slice of that and give it to somebody that's not going to use it for that purpose. That's how we preserve our farmland. That's how we ensure that our rural character is preserved. And the plan that you've got before you, if you do this, hits all 5 of those things. All 5 of those major goals that's in that plan do this. But you can't do it without smaller lot sizes and without properly structured clustering, which is what the plan calls for us to develop. So I encourage you to approve the plan that you have before you, and I thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, sir. Richard Brantley, 8606 Strickland Road, Middlesex. I'm a farmer, and I would just like to see more infrastructure done in the county. EMS needs to be fully staffed before any consideration is took on reducing lot sizes. I think 40,000 square feet is suitable for the county. And I think, 20,000 is just, it's too small, too much traffic, and the county is just not ready for it right now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, have any other speakers? I'll give you a last call. I'm going to close the public hearing. Seeing no movement, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Move to close the public hearing.
Moved by Mr. Bellfield. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Durham, if you would weigh in on the, we normally do not comment in the meeting we're in on a public comment, because we generally like to have time to research that, or staff to research it, so we don't give erroneous information at the time that something is brought before this board. We had a request in a public comment that you heard, and I just need some weigh-in from you, sir, on what action, if any, that comment would cause us any concern moving forward with a vote on this matter.
From a legal standpoint, no, I don't think it has any effect, that the fact that somebody has sent a public records request that has or has not been answered. I think the two are totally separate from each other, even though her request may have related to the day's hearing. I don't know who she sent it to, why it hasn't been answered, what she asked for, how much information she wanted, but I don't think that has anything to do with the properly noticed public hearing which you have held today.
Okay.
I think you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Adam, I'll turn it back over to you.
I have nothing to add other than, both the TRC and the planning board recommends the adoption of the plan as submitted.
All right, any other questions or any other comment a board member wishes to make prior to moving forward with asking for a motion? Mr. Bellfield?
Yes, I listened to the people that spoke, and we're talking about preserving agriculture. We do need it. Many people are going hungry. They don't know how to produce food, especially in some of our foreign countries. And our farmers growing food supply can help feed those people as they do import and exporting their products, goods. So I said to you when you first started that make sure that we don't put agriculture in a situation where we only 2%, and this including the industry in the population of the United States is in agriculture. And it's been reduced, farmland is being sold, and developers are getting it. I'm running into that situation with my parents' farm, they're all deceased. My brothers and sisters saying, sell it, sell it. You in charge, we could kill this, we just want our share, sell it. And I've been holding back because I wanted to stay in agriculture. Agriculture is important. All the citizens in this county and the state, as well as, I've seen how diminished agriculture in New Jersey and New York, especially around Long Island. They used to grow sweet potatoes, not sweet potatoes, Irish potatoes. They don't have it now. It's been developed. Yes, we need affordable housing for our working middle class, and we're gonna need affordable housing for senior citizens who are too old to be employed. But that should come before this planning, before the planning board and then to the commissioners, especially when we're talking about 20,000 square feet lots. Water and sewer is mighty important. Even our streams are becoming contaminated, and that's a part of the water supply. The Mississippi River now, they can't even push the barges down there like they used to. They're standing still because of drought. There's consequences to everything, and we need to look at whether these consequences are good or bad. And let's see what else I was going to say. I think as I read the plan, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong, any 20,000 square foot request is going to have to come to the planning board, and from the planning board to the commissioners, so we can take care of that. 30,000 is a compromise, and I've been advocating that before the planning board even got into this comprehensive plan. So as I see what I read from you all's what you're recommending here, I'm in support of it, because I see with this Board of Commissioners and in the Planning Board, we can protect agriculture and also provide I start to say resources, but not resources, but provide opportunities for possibly maybe in the near future, R20 and R40. So that's my take, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bellfield.
I could say more, but I don't want to prolong it.
I appreciate that, sir. Other comment from commissioners at this time? Ms. Leggett.
Thank you. I just want to clarify and talk through a few things. First, I want to clarify that the land use plan is a vision document for Nash County. It is not a wholesale rezoning of our county. Rezonings, if someone wants to change the zoning of their property, they will continue to have to go through the rezoning process, make a request. If their land is zoned R40, they'll have to get it rezoned to R20 or whatever their request is. Developers that have a good idea or a good plan for denser development, they can still bring those requests. Just because this plan says No R6 or no R10 doesn't mean that it can't be asked for. And, this board has always been very reasonable. If a request is what the county needs, then we will look at it. This committee, the Land Use Steering Committee, which I did sit on, held a very long and as thorough a process as we felt like that we could have, including the public meetings. And I want to express my sincere thanks for all of the people who did give comments, did attend, did fill out surveys. We did listen and, consider those during the process. One of the biggest discussion points was recommended density of future home sites. That was discussed at length during the meetings, and for me to support this plan, I would like to see the recommendations of lots less than 30,000 square foot removed, and also the recommendation which allows clustering removed, because this would not allow, or the request would not have to pass through the rezoning and review process. Our plan does consider agriculture and does recognize agriculture as a vital industry, and specifically notes that Nash County will continue to seek out additional ways to support agriculture here. So please do know that your voice has been heard. I've heard from a lot of people. As a farmer, I've heard from a lot of people in the agriculture community, and we are going to continue to seek out ways to support that industry. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leggett. Any other comments from commissioners? Mr. Aaron?
Okay. Well, there's a lot of data that the study committee compiled along with our consultant, and if you read it, it's very comprehensive, and we are trying to protect agriculture. You can see it in our plan. My district has most of the unincorporated agriculture area. And right now, like I said, it's 36,750 acres of land, and only 7% of it is residential property. And I do agree that, yes, if we had, as we presently have, 20,000 square foot lots with water, and that it conserved more land than 40,000 foot lots would. But anyway, during the committee, our compromise, like I said, we decided that if we do 30,000 square foot lots, that would be a compromise to try to still conserve agricultural land. And also at the same time, we got to ask the question is, where are our affordable housing in the county? Everybody can't afford a acre lot in the unincorporated area. And when we're talking about bringing industry in, that a lot of these jobs are, they don't pay $50,000, $60,000. They're more or less in the $35,000 range. And plus the median home value of homes in the unincorporated area in Nash County is $127,000. And our most valued homes are in the Red Oak area and on the reservoir area. So our unincorporated area are still very low income, other than the ones who already have inherited land, or those who have been what's called wealthy enough to purchase land. So I think that this plan addresses the needs that we basically have to address as we move forward. It's not advocating 20,000 square foot lots. It basically said the opportunity will still be in there if for 20,000 square foot lots with sewer. And most of the time that means you're going to locate close to a municipality that might probably help with that development. So we're still leaving the unincorporated area pretty much rural and vision of homes that set independently that we can also enjoy. Mobile homes make up 33% of the unincorporated areas of housing in the unincorporated area. So I think we have done a diligent job as a committee collecting the data. And like I said, if you go back and look at all the data, you'll see that we are headed in the right direction to move our county forward, and also hopefully we can find meaningful ways to bring affordable housing inside our unincorporated areas, because just because people don't have the income to live in, yes, on an acre of land, doesn't mean that they don't enjoy rural living. And a lot of people enjoy rural living, but they need the opportunity to enjoy rural living. So that is what I have to say as far as I would like to see our plan adopted as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. Others wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, are you ready for a motion?
Not quite yet, but won't be long.
Okay.
I got to make sure everybody spoke that wanted to speak. Did you need to add anything else, Mr. Tyson, or you just there for questions, I guess?
I'm just here for questions.
Okay, thank you. I won't say just a few words, and first of all, I want to thank the two other commissioners that served on this committee, Ms. Leggett and Mr. Arrington. I certainly want to thank all the members of the committee that worked on this. It has been a long task that, quite frankly, wasn't an enjoyable task sometimes. I feel somewhat at a disadvantage on this item for two reasons. Number one, as everybody knows, I myself and my son are in the development business, and therefore I'm being watched and scrutinized at how I handle this because of just the way people look. And quite frankly, the last thing I want to do is anything, those people that know me well, that would help me personally in anything I do for the county. I actually step aside for many things simply because I don't want to ever give that impression, and never would give that impression. The other thing is my district, when you study it, is comprised of 90% inside an existing municipality, either Rocky Mount or a town, Dorchester and Red Oak. I have very little that's actually going to be affected by this ordinance in my district anyway. Therefore, it just puts me in a peculiar situation simply because I don't want to show too much direction in what I really feel on this item. And honestly, I think it's important, been in the development business, having worked for our largest municipality for 10 years in the engineering department and understanding this whole process very well, to at least make my thoughts available to those making this decision. And that is, certainly we want to always be sensitive to agriculture. That's what Nash County is about. It's what it's always been about, and it will continue to be about for many years coming forward. There is a mechanism within our guidance, even though it's in another department's hand, of a voluntary ag district. So any land that the person that owns that land wishes to preserve for agriculture, they've got the mechanism to do that. And I think it's very important that all of our citizens understand that. They can do it short-term, or they can do it long-term. There is an enhanced ag district, but what it does, which is quite frankly most dear to my whole beliefs in this, is I feel like the person that has the deed to a piece of land should be the person that makes the decision what happens to that piece of land. I don't have any comfort level in voting on anything on my position on this board that restricts a person that owns a piece of property to what they can utilize their land for. Certainly we have to do that at times because we have to protect neighbors and we have to protect the environment, but it's a thin line there, I think, is how far this board can carry that particular item. I also remain very concerned about the small towns in Nash County, because we have several towns that are very limited on their resources as far as it relates to water and sewer. So my time on this board has been spent, even though I've been looked at negatively from that standpoint also, is to bring infrastructure throughout the county. Of course, it's water that we have worked on and what we will continue to work on. And it's just very important. Nash County got a very late start in the utility development business, quite frankly, about 25 years later than we should have. We only have in a little over 30% of our county that has countywide water available now. When you look at Edgecombe County, it has it countywide. You look at Halifax County, it has it countywide. You look at Northampton County, it has it 78%. You look at Wilson County, the last number I saw was 72%. So we are indeed behind. We've already lost, in my time on this board, about the time I came on the board, one of our municipalities because of the failure of Nash County to develop utilities throughout the county, and that's the town of Battleboro. That is also partly in my district. We lost that because they didn't have the means available to continue their water and sewer system when it got in dire need like some of our other counties are. The only way we can be prepared to help those towns, and we have them already. We've got the town of Whitaker, we got the town of Middlesex, we got the town of Bailey that has dire needs for infrastructure, long-term vision that is just quite frankly not there. I do not want to be on this board and lose another small town when it's part of this board's charge to help those towns survive their existing utility systems. We need to be that entity that pulls that together and do a unified plan and do a regional approach to being a bulk supplier for those towns, whether it's water or whether it's sewer. And if the town so desires for us to bring it into a system that's larger, that makes the economic work better, be available to do that when we can. But certainly, the county does not need to attempt to get in any town's business in Nash County, but on the other hand, we do need to be prepared to help them when they need help. And that's something we hope to continue to do. I am concerned about affordable housing, as has been mentioned many times here. I know firsthand now what it costs to put a lot out there and what it costs to put a house on it. And it is amazing what has happened in the last 3 years, quite frankly. One development that we are doing, we started out 2 years ago developing, and we were going to have houses in the 170 range. And now that same house, nothing else changed, it's going to be in the 270 to 280 range. That's a huge difference that drops a large percentage of our population out of the availability to afford that house. So that is a need that we need to look forward to. We certainly need to look into and continue to do what we can. When we bring industries here, or recruit these industries, and believe me, that is the most competitive thing this board does, is to enhance industries to come to Nash County. But it's one of our biggest charges. We need to continue to improve our availability of jobs, particularly the higher paying jobs, to make our citizens have a place that they can stay in Nash County and work and make a reasonable wage. But when you recruit that industry site selector, believe me, one thing he looks at very heavily is the availability of the housing stock that is here in Nash County that their employees can move into and afford to move into based on the pay scales and many other things that they look at, but that is the key thing each time. So this whole process, as Commissioner Leggett said, it is actually a vision or a roadmap, I called it. Means the same thing. It doesn't change any zoning in the county. It doesn't bring any new regulations. It is just a roadmap that has changed a little bit. And I think the committee was very wise about 3 meetings in when we realized we weren't going anywhere or weren't accomplishing anything to come to a compromise of what you see in this plan here today. I certainly support that plan as written. But on the other hand, I also am going to take a pretty low-key approach to this thing because of the two reasons I stated up front, and let the rest of the board guide where this goes. But certainly, I would charge our manager moving forward out of this meeting for us to immediately start looking at the Unified Development Code. I do know it was in our budget last year. We chose not to fund it, but with what's been going on for the last year, I think we need to move it to the front and find a way to fund it so we can start that process immediately. And I hope you will be as involved as a community when we start in that part of it, which really is the nuts and bolts of where Nash County goes, to let us know how you feel about that as well, both sides. We had a pretty balanced group here today, and that's very healthy for the county and will allow us to do the right thing. But the next step is really where things begin to happen. So if we could put that on our radar to try to get that done, I'm going to hush reciting, preaching, or whatever Dan wants to call what I'm doing. But I do feel this is one of the most important things here that we have done as a board in a long time, but more so that what we're going to do next is even more important. But with that said, Mr. Combs, I am now ready for a motion. Whoever wishes to make that motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me, Mr. Belfield. Do you have another comment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say that the 24 years that I've been on this board.
Yes, sir.
As a county commissioner, I have always tried to do and support what's best for Nash County. My district has always been totally in the city of Rocky Mountain. I think Commissioner Gwyn's, I believe I'm correct, your district is totally in the city of Rocky Mountain.
That is correct.
And we have supported Nash County.
Well, Mr. Belfield, I will say, if I said anything that made you feel any different.
No.
Okay,
I just want it known that we support, we're commissioners for Nash County. It includes the city of Rocky Mountain. But we try to do what's best for the Toll County.
Thank you, sir.
And as long as I'm on this board, I will continue to do that.
I appreciate the comments. Time for a motion.
I move that we adopt the 2022 Comprehensive Land Use Plan with the following modifications. On page 48, we delete 1.1.1 and 1.1.2. And on page 49, we delete 1.2.5. That's my motion.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor and a second to that motion. If you allow me just a moment to see.
Mr. Chairman, if we can go to the document camera, I think I can illustrate what we're talking about pretty effectively.
You're ahead of me, sir. Go ahead.
I think the intent of Commissioner Cohn's motion was to eliminate a recommendation in the land use plan for lots that were smaller than 30,000 square feet. Is that correct, Mr.?
That's right.
So that would actually, he cited the change, this is the third change listed on your screen on page 48. It would also require deletions on pages 41 and 47. So it would read, minimum allowable residential lot sizes should typically be at least 30,000 square feet. That would eliminate the reference to 20,000 square feet. The same change would be made in the character area matrix. And then the change that he noted here would eliminate the language only permit lot sizes below 30,000 square feet in accordance with the future land use character areas, and only when public drinking water and sewer services are available. To be clear, this would not prohibit the county from rezoning property for lots smaller than 30,000 square feet, but would probably be unlikely for you to receive a staff recommendation to do so. based solely upon the plan. So the first part of Commissioner Combs' motion would eliminate these three passages. The second part of his motion referred to the cluster development. He proposed eliminating section 1.2.5. I would actually ask him to consider keeping a few of these words. Instead of consider evaluating cluster development standards, let's change it to say consider eliminating cluster development standards, and then we could eliminate the following language, because if we're eliminating cluster development standards, there's no need for the specifics that are listed in the plan below. This will not take effect immediately because, like all of the recommendations that involve ordinance requirements, this would have to be adopted as an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance later. But certainly this lays the groundwork for that change to eliminate cluster development. So I guess before we go any further, if I could ask the commissioner who made the motion, the commissioner who seconded it, have we captured the changes that are proposed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions from board members on what the motion is? Do we all understand it very well?
But it still comes down to the planning board and the board of commissioners. If anybody want to request 20,000 feet.
The board would still be free to do that.
Still would.
But the staff would not be able to recommend approval of it. It would be up to the board to decide it was time to depart from the guidance of the land use plan to do that, if we make this amendment.
But you would present it.
Certainly, it would make, yes.
What it, excuse me. Were you through, Mr. Belfield?
Yep.
Mr. Arrington, you seem to have a question.
No, if you had any discussion on this.
Right, you have any discussion you want on that motion?
Yes. Well, I'm opposed to any of your modifications. And one of the reasons, like I said, we stayed here and we studied this, our planning committee, our consultant, and that these modification exclusions does not fit into the plan as we would like for it to be as a whole, and it serves no purpose to modify.
All right, other comments?
You amend the motion.
Pardon me?
I say, are you prepared to offer amendment to the amendment?
Let me run the meeting, if it's okay, Mr. Belfield. Any other comment on the motion I currently have on the floor? Seeing none, it is time for us to vote. All in favor of the motion? First of all, Mr. Durham, am I in proper order to move forward with the motion as amended?
I didn't hear a second. I assumed there was a second.
There was a second. Motion was made by Mr. Combs, second by Commissioner Leggett.
I think you're fine.
Okay. All in favor of that motion to amend the plan with those two items? One quick thing, Adam. I don't see any difference between 1.1.1 and 1.1.2.
I think it's a typo that it was placed in there twice. So when we eliminate one, we'll need to eliminate the other. But there is no difference in the text between those two bullet points.
I want to be sure I was reading that correctly, quickly as I read it. But we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll have to do it with a show of hands. All in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hand. That motion carries on a 5-2 vote. Do you know the votes? Okay.
And I'll share the specific language for the minutes with you.
Okay. Any other item, anything else on that item, Mr. Tyson?
No, sir.
All right, well, let's move to item number, do you have anybody here on 13 or 14?
I do have somebody who has waited patiently for the next item.
Okay, all right, that's fine. We'll go ahead with 13, 14, and 15, and then we'll take a break.
I don't have anybody waiting after this item, if you want to move that break up.
All right, I'm going to let this item go, then I'm going to take a break at the request of a commissioner.
Gotcha. The next item is also a public hearing. It's our last planning-related public hearing of the day. It's for a road naming request. The subject road is highlighted in red on the aerial photograph that you have on the screen in front of you. It's an existing 30-foot wide private access easement located off the east side of Driver Road. It's within the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the town of Middlesex, which means that Middlesex is the planning and zoning authority. However, under state law, the county remains the road naming authority. This easement serves 8 properties owned by 5 separate owners. Tammy Renee Tuck is this property on the north side of the easement. F. Terry Kemp to the south. Mary Catherine Harris, the bottom, middle. Nicole and Thomas B. Noel, the 4 lots here, 3 along the road, and then the larger remainder. And then finally, Joseph C. and Judith P. Bailey is the rear property. So 8 pieces of property, 5 separate owners. Nicole Noel, the owner of the 4 contiguous properties here, the larger one and the 3 right along the easement, has submitted a request to name the easement Semper Fi Lane. Semper Fi is a Latin phrase meaning always faithful, and of course is the motto of the United States Marine Corps. The county's address and ordinance states that all proposed new public roads, private roads, or access easements intended to serve 3 or more addressable structures and located in unincorporated areas shall be assigned a name either through the recordation of an approved subdivision plat or by an act of the Board of Commissioners in accordance with the state statutes. Typically, road names are assigned through plat recordation, which is why this board does not have to engage in this type of activity frequently. However, in this case, the plat was approved by the town of Middlesex, and so the county did not have an opportunity to engage the property owners with the road naming process. The proposed new road name Semper Fi Lane has already been reviewed and approved by Nash County Emergency Services, as is required before its official assignment. The motion today will simply be to approve or deny the new road name. Over the weekend, I shared a statement with the commissioners from one of the adjacent property owners who is out of state and will not be able to participate today. And I will share that statement again during the public hearing. But before we move to the public hearing, I'll take any questions that you have on the staff report on the road naming request.
Questions of Mr. Tyson on this item?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
you said the property owners were not engaged. Do they know? They know about the.
Yes, there's one property owner that could not be here today because they're out of state, but they've sent a comment. But all 5 property owners have received notices from the county, and notices have been posted in various places, including at the entrance to the easement. So we've notified everybody.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this item.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing. If there's someone wishes to speak for or against this name change, please come forward at this time, and we'd be glad to hear from you if you would state your name and address for the clerk. Good morning, sir. You're that patient soul that has been with us all morning. Welcome.
Yeah. My name is Tammy Tuck, according to the deed. However, I just got married, and my new name is Tammy Conaway. And my address remains the same, 8619 Warman Drive in King George, Virginia. And we've driven this way, and my son is in the hospital but we felt that this was important. I have basically two concerns that I have here. One, which is most relevant to the decision in the hearing of this morning of the so-called easement, and that is I disagree with the name that has been offered because it specifies one military service, and therefore it shows prejudice, in my opinion, with all the other military services, especially in today's time when we want to do the politically correct thing and we want to align with the concerns of our government, not to show any bias or prejudice. I believe that this name change would do so. Also, I work for the DOD, I work for the Army, I have friends and relatives. My dad, who is the one who purchased this property and has partial of the easement, he was veteran and served courageously and honorably as another military service. So therefore, I feel that I would not want to disrespect anybody or dishonor them in any way by us focusing on one military service, and that's why I disagree with the name as requested. My second concern is indirectly related to this specific hearing. However, it is important to the very core of the so-called easement, and that is my concern over the validity of the easement, and I would like to have time to verify that process. In light of those two facts, I respectfully request a delay in the decision of the name of the easement until the January 2023. As Mr. Tyson indicated, there was another person who also sits on the other side of the easement who also requested a delay because they're not in town right now. So with that, I thank you very much, unless there are any questions of me.
Any questions? Thank you, very well stated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all have a blessed day.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Good morning, come on up. It's going to be afternoon here shortly.
I know, I'm starving.
That's all right. Sorry to hold you so long this morning.
Can you hear me? Oh,
We can.
okay. It's really high up there. So,
Pull the mic down.
is that better?
That's fine. I think we can hear you.
So, my name is Nicole Noel. I own the 4 lots up there.
Give us your current address also.
No, because we don't have a house there yet.
I mean,
My
where
current
do you
address-
currently live then?
I'm living in my fifth wheel. I live at 428 Campground Road in Selma.
Did you get the name, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Can I hear your name again?
Nicole Noel? Yeah, sorry. Is that better? No. Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. But anyway, is that, I can go? So upon submitting our building permit, I was only asked by the town of Middlesex because they're the ones who, I guess, decide on that. They asked us for the street names, and it was approved by the planning department. I found out on Friday that 2 of the 4, I thought that I didn't think the 5th person was in the easement. I thought it stopped at at Catherine's property. I didn't think it went all the way, because there's a sign that says private, do not enter. But anyway, so 2 out of the 5 that think that this name could be potentially offensive to a future buyer or offensive to a person of another military branch other than the Marines. I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right.
I apologize.
Don't let that make you any more nervous.
Okay, yeah, can you tell? I'm sorry. So, where was I? So, that it would be offensive to a future buyer or offensive to a person of another military branch other than the Marines, and they're concerned about the name. I have to say that I can't really understand this. Semper Fidelis is Latin for always faithful, and my family and I think this is a beautiful phrase that applies to all things in life, faithful to your family, your friends, faith, country, town, job, etc. Military members will not be offended. In fact, it is quite the opposite. I talked to friends from other branches of the military and the Marines this weekend to confirm my thoughts. We may banter back and forth about who's best, but in the end, we're all brothers and sisters. We stand together. Sorry, I just had to run. We stand together to support each other and our country. We only normally see these kinds of names on the bases, and it would be so amazing to see them out in the cities and towns we live in. It would be seen as a small reminder of how proud all citizens are of all of our service members, past and present. Sorry. So my husband has served 27 years in the Marine Corps, and he loves his job. His whole family does. His sister is Navy and has served 25 years, and their father served 30 years in the Marine Corps. This is 82 years of service. This is our retirement home, and it would be a great way to honor him and all of the military. His father was so excited, he is talking about taking a picture of the sign and taking it to a yearly reunion with one of his battalions to show them. In fact, I think that there should be more streets like this to honor those men and women who sacrifice so much to protect those that live in this country. My husband has been to 3 tours in Afghanistan and 2 tours in Iraq. He will never be the same physically or mentally, as is the same with so many others that go to war. I think this is a small way to honor those sacrifices, and no other branch of service will be offended. All branches live by this motto, always faithful. Sorry, I'm very should grab water. Civilians shouldn't be offended. Instead, this should help to remind them of the people who sacrificed for them, or remind them of the meaning of always faithful. If a person was to be offended by this, should they really be buying land or a home in the U.S.? If they're not proud of the U.S. military, then shouldn't they move to a place where they feel that sense of pride? I can think of many potential street names that would be offensive, but I don't feel that this is one of them. So I would like to ask all of you to approve the name as it stands for these reasons. This road has been there for many years, from what I know, and I do not think either of these owners ever plans to build a home there. They don't even live in the state. We are the only ones out there. My husband is retiring this summer, and we plan to live here and enjoy a quiet life with our daughter, horses, and pets. And our home has been delivered to the contractor, and we are just waiting for our foundation permit. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else wish to speak in this public hearing? Entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I do have that one additional statement from the property owner that's out of state.
You want to read it for the record?
I will.
Yes, sir.
To the Nash County Board of Commissioners, regarding the public hearing on road naming request for Semper Fi Lane. I am one of the 5 property owners affected by the subject of this public hearing, and I did not receive notice of this hearing until Tuesday, November 1st, 2022. I recently inherited this property and was unaware of the existence of an access easement. Currently, I am 1,600 miles away from Nash County in Arkansas, settling my mother's estate. I do not have internet connection here, so I cannot attend or participate in this hearing. Mr. Tyson kindly provided a lot of useful background information to me in a phone conversation on Friday morning. My concern with the Semper Fi Lane name proposal relates to the future marketability of the properties involved. I would prefer that a more neutral or less controversial name be considered by the commissioners. In this contentious world that we live in, how about a name not associated in any way with government, military, politics, religion, sports teams or mascots, race, gender, etc. Perhaps a name in harmony with the currently peaceful surroundings of these properties or something pertaining to Nash County or North Carolina could be chosen. I have no specific recommendations in mind, but would welcome others' suggestions. I expect to be back in North Carolina by the end of 2022, and I request that a final decision on this matter be tabled until the board's January 2023 regular meeting. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Mary Catherine Harris. Her address is P.O. Box 1094, DeQueen, Arkansas 71832. And just on behalf of myself, I want to note that the naming of this road will not cause anyone to be readdressed, except for the applicant, who's been given a driver road address to allow the permitting process to go forward. However, she's very well aware that that address would need to be changed as soon as the road name was adopted. And so that will be the only address and change inconvenience that would be related to the naming of the path.
Questions of Mr. Tyson on this matter?
Well,
Mr. Belfield?
I didn't quite understand the two people that came up and talked as to where they were for or against.
Both of you, well, Mr. Tyson answered the question, sir.
The first speaker was opposed to the specific name. The second speaker was the applicant who was in favor of the name. And then the statement I just read was from a third property owner who was opposed to the name. So the applicant is in favor, and then the other two property owners are opposed.
And it is factual that no one currently lives there on this act?
Correct. There are no homes other than the one being permitted currently by the applicant who's requesting a new road name.
Okay.
And no one's address but hers would need to change after the adoption.
Okay. Other questions?
Were the other two owners okay with the name change?
Had not received
there were
any
five,
response from them since they got the letter.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, seems like maybe we ought to table this until our, January meeting?
Let me see where I'm at. Have I closed the public hearing?
No,
I don't
you
think so.
haven't, but-
Okay.
But I was just
Okay. All right.
bringing that point up.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Any other questions, Mr. Tyson? Entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carried. The public hearing is now closed. You probably said it, Mr. Tyson, but this is located in Commissioner Combs' district. So pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, discussion, please.
I got to get a motion before, well, if you got a question of staff,
It wasn't of staff, really, it was of Ms. Noel, but we were not asked if we had any questions of her, so I just had some comments I wanted to make.
sure, please go ahead. I apologize.
Right now, no one is physically there, even though Ms. Noel has the license to, the home has been purchased and whatnot. But I'm inclined to agree with the person that wrote the letter and Ms. Conway that to name this after a military branch, I don't think it would be in the best interest of the others that are there. My daughter served in the Army. I'm a former Air Force wife. When will it stop? Do we name a lane next time? I know at the Air Force, they call them flyboys. Do we name something Flyboy Lane? And I just don't think that that should happen this time or any time, and I am in agreement. Why not? If you want to honor, if Ms. Noel wants to honor her father or her husband, petition to name the lane after them rather than a branch of service. And so with that said, Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Other questions of staff? Public hearing is still open, therefore, I will allow you to speak.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we've closed the public hearing.
We did.
I apologize, ma'am, we did close the public hearing, therefore, y'all got me confused. But anyway, the public hearing is closed, and if you want Mr. Tyson to say something for you, I will allow that because I messed up. Is anything else you need to say, Mr. Tyson?
Yeah, to Commissioner Wilkins' point, One of the road names that was proposed was Noel Lane.
Already taken.
And it was, was it rejected because of its similarity to another existing road name? And so there was an attempt to name it after the family before they arrived at this, and that's the point she wanted to make.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's the same name, but no, that Noel is 2 Ls, and I believe hers is 1, but,
It wouldn't matter, they wouldn't approve that name.
Okay.
It can't even sound like,
okay.
which is, understand, communications center needs to have it at the right place. So I'm close, I know where I'm at. I'm a little bit confused, but I got it. Okay, so any other commissioner wish to say anything before I call for a motion? Entertain a motion on this matter?
I just want to make one comment.
Yes, sir.
I'm a proud Air Force veteran, and I would have zero problem living on Air Force Lane, Army Lane, Navy Lane, Coast Guard Lane, or Marine Lane. I can't imagine that anyone would have a problem with our military. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Well, let me see if there's any commissioner that hasn't spoke wishes to speak. Anyone hasn't spoke wish to speak? Ms. Wilkins?
there is no problem with living on a lane. The problem is naming something after, like I said, a military branch. If the two that are opposing it now want to eventually sell their homes, your common person is going to think, well, do I have to be a retired Marine? Do I have to be active military to live there? And so please don't label that. Like I said, I was an Air Force wife. My daughter served in the Army, so please don't label me as unfriendly to our military. I support our military, I support our law enforcement fully, but I think the naming Simplify of the lane, I just cannot agree with it. Thank you.
We're going to get a chance to vote individually in just a minute. Any other comments from a commissioner? Seeing none, pleasure to the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Combs.
I make a motion we table this for now until January. I'd like to hear from the other two owners that's left, and maybe all you landowners could get together and decide, is this wrong to name it after something for one branch of service or another? I really don't have a problem with it. I just think it's, I know a whole lot of roads that's named after people or things, and it's because they were there, And if nobody else lives on any of these properties, then do you plan to? Do you want to change and name your last name or whatever? You can't do that if there's 5 different opinions. So I'd make a motion, we table it, and y'all talk about it and see if you can't come up with a good compromise.
I second.
All right, I have a motion to table it to a specific time, which is our January 1st board meeting in 2023. I have a second to that motion. Are there any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries, and Mr. Tyson, it sounds like these people were in various parts of the country. If there's anything that county could do to facilitate getting a meeting between them, I think it would certainly behoove us to do that if you see a way to move it forward by doing that.
Understood.
Otherwise, bring it back at our January meeting. The people that spoke today, you understand the action of the board, okay? Okay, thank y'all for being here today. At this time, I'm gonna call for a 10-minute recess, and we'll come right back and finish up, Mr. Tyson. And we are now on item number 14, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Tyson and see if we can approve a street name.
This is actually an addition of an existing road to the state-maintained secondary road system.
Okay, good.
The road in question is Woodstream Drive. The North Carolina Department of Transportation has forwarded a petition submitted by the developer, Edward Cozart of EMA Land Development LLC, requesting that the subdivision road Woodstream Drive, shown in red on the aerial photo, located off the south side of Schooners Road, be added to the state-maintained secondary road system. This is a 50-foot wide public right-of-way constructed and dedicated in the Woodstream subdivision in 2016. Of course, the road is not immediately eligible for adoption by the state because the state requires a certain ratio of houses per mile to be constructed and inhabited before the developer can apply to have the road adopted. The DOT requires the adoption of a resolution by this board as a prerequisite for considering the addition of new roads into the state-maintained secondary road system. A copy of the petition for Mr. Cozart, as well as the draft resolution prepared by NCDOT, are attached for the board's consideration, and the recommendation this morning is to adopt the resolution to add Woodstream Drive to the state-maintained secondary road system.
Any questions, Mr. Tyson, on this matter? Not, I entertain a motion for approval.
Make a motion, we approve the resolution.
All right, have a motion by Commissioner Combs, a second. Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Item 15.
Item 15 actually goes in the opposite direction. This is a request by DOT, actually petitioned by property owners through DOT to remove 3 existing state road right-of-ways from the state secondary road system. All 3 are unpaved dirt state roads. The petition is to abandon them and to remove them from the state secondary road system. Once abandoned, these road rights-of-way will revert to privately owned property. NCDOT District Engineer Bobby Liverman has spoken with all the affected property owners and assures me that they are in favor of the request. The first road is Beckwith Road, State Road 1822. That's a 60-foot wide public right-of-way off the south side of Cordiality Church Road. And you can see that it terminates on the right-hand side of the screen at the Interstate I-95 right-of-way. The petitioner who has requested this and the adjacent property owner is Robert T. Overby, and this is in Mr. Outlaw's district. The second road is a portion at the end of Webb's Mill Road, State Road 1333. This is the ending portion of the 60-foot public right-of-way located south of Stallings Road and terminating at the Webb's Mill itself. Of course, the bridge here has been out of commission for some time, and so the road does not cross the bridge anymore. But the DOT has in their record that they're responsible for maintaining the end portion of the road onto the private property and outside of the road right-of-way. And so they are petitioning to have it removed. The adjacent property owner here is Preston G. Curtis III and Kathy Curtis. They are in favor of the petition. And this is Commissioner District 3, Commissioner Cone. And finally, the third one is Wheelus Road, State Road 1419. Again, a 60-foot wide public right-of-way on the south side of West Hilliardston Road. The owner of all the adjacent property is Brenda L. Jones. She's also the petitioner requesting the abandonment. This is in Commissioner District 1, Commissioner Arrington. And so these requests to remove require the adoption of a resolution, 1 per road. The petitions and the draft resolutions are attached in your packet, and the board can do these individually or all together in one motion at the discretion of the board.
All right, any discussion from the board on either of these 3?
If everybody's in favor of it, I don't see a problem voting for all 3 of them, but that's just a comment.
Commissioner Outlaw?
I just want to make sure that the minutes reflect that the DOT has contacted and discussed with all the property owners and that they are in agreement with these changes.
And I'll confirm that is my understanding from NCDOT District Engineer Bobby Liverman.
I just want to make sure it's part of the record.
Bobby was here earlier.
I don't think he stuck it out.
Okay. All right. All right, any other comments? Anybody wish to handle either of them individually? Entertain a motion to approve all three?
So moved.
Or entertain a motion based on all three?
So moved.
Wayne did it.
Okay, have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Heritage. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? They stand approved. We'll move on to item number 16, Mr. Tyson, and we will give you a break then, sir.
Yep. Item number 16 is a revised memorandum of understanding between Nash County and the Upper Coastal Plain RPO. Back in 2000, North Carolina created 20 rural planning organizations across the state to work cooperatively with the NCDOT to plan for and improve rural transportation systems and policies. Nash County, along with Edgecombe, Johnston, and Wilson counties, belongs to the Upper Coastal Plain Rural Planning Organization, or the UCP RPO, along with the member municipalities in those counties, which would be those located outside of either the Rocky Mount Urban Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, or to our west, those outside of the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, or CAMPO, out of Raleigh. Since 2008, Nash County has served as the lead planning agency for the UCP RPO, meaning that the county housed the RPO transportation planner and manages the financial affairs of the organization. The resignation of our transportation planner for the RPO, Mr. James Salmons, back in June 22, presented an opportunity to rethink the structure of the organization. After much discussion, both the UCP RPO's Technical Coordinating Committee, of which I'm a part, and the Transportation Advisory Committee, which Commissioner Outlaw serves on, voted unanimously this past September to transition the role of the lead planning agency from Nash County to the city of Wilson. This transition will allow the new UCP RPO transportation planner that takes Mr. Salmon's position to continue to provide valuable transportation planning services while also being more centrally located within the member jurisdictions. Placing him in Wilson will also keep him closer to the NCDOT offices and personnel located there. And the position of the transportation planner for the RPO would be supervised by the City of Wilson Public Works Director and our district's former NCDOT district engineer, Mr. Bill Bass. In order to facilitate the transition of the lead planning agency role from Nash County to the City of Wilson, we have a revised and attached memorandum of understanding. That understanding will have to be formally approved by the governing boards of all 4 counties, which is happening this month. And then the following month, it will go to the member jurisdictions that are municipalities, and those governing boards will need to approve it in order to make the transition formally approved. This is a simple motion to approve or deny the revised memorandum of understanding. And again, it transitions the role of the lead planning agency from Nash County to the City of Wilson. Nash County will continue to be a part of the RPO, and I myself am the current chairman of the TCC, and I'll continue to serve in that role for the remainder of the year, possibly beyond, depending on the will of the board. And we ask that you consider this. This will free up some time in our planning department to focus on our primary mission of review and development within Nash County, but I don't anticipate it will compromise our ability to operate within the RPO, and perhaps placing it under Mr. Bill Bass will even enhance the utility of the RPO.
Any questions of Mr. Tyson? Commissioner Outlaw, any comment you want to make on
I
this?
just would comment that James Salmons provided excellent guidance to the group, and I hate to see him move on. I'm happy for him. All of our meetings have always been at the Wilson Ops Center in Wilson. I know Mr. Bass, and I'm comfortable that he will do as wonderful a job as Mr. Salmons did, so I would be certainly in total support of this.
Good. Other questions or comments? Pleasure of the board.
I move for approval of the request, sir.
I'll have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries, and thank you for the time spent on preparing yourself this morning, Mr. Tyson, and a job well done.
Thank you.
Item number 17 is our monthly tax report by the most patient lady in the room.
Yes, sir. At this time, I'd like to present the monthly tax report. As you all know, this report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes. And if there are any questions, I would be glad to answer those.
Questions on tax report? Seeing none, the report will be noted in the minutes, Madam Clerk. We'll move on to item number 18.
Yes, sir. We do have refunds that need approval by the board so that they may be dispersed. If you have any questions on those, I'll be glad to answer it, especially the very last one, which is number 3, which was a request by Bank of America Leasing and Capital for a refund on some IRP and trailers that they listed in 2020 and 2021. They were double listed. The trailers were listed by Transco with the public service, with the state for their public service valuation, so they are requesting a refund of that.
Any questions? All right, entertain a motion for approval. Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Sumner, how is Reval? Is it up and moving right along?
It is up and running. They are out doing the photos that we're going to be using for the reviews of properties. And I think I talked with him Thursday. They have completed Rocky Mount and Nashville. And also they are doing the sales ratio study. They're trying to narrow that down. So that's where we are right now in the process.
Are you back to full staff with appraisers?
Yes, sir, I am.
Good, okay.
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Item number 19 is approval of a fireworks display permit. I call on Brett Fisher at this time. Good afternoon, sir.
Before you, I have approval for a fireworks display permit. The Nash County Fire Marshal's Office has received a permit application to conduct a fireworks display and an event on December 31st, 2022 at Rose Hill in Nashville. The operational permit requester is the contractor Kevin Wetzel of Wetzel Pyrotechnics of 125 Eagleton Circle, Moyock, North Carolina. The permit application and accompanying documents are in order, and a copy of the insurance bond with Nash County as an additional insured is attached. North Carolina General Statute 14-410 requires the Board of Commissioners give approval prior to the fire marshal issuing the permit, and the Nash County Fire Marshal's Office recommends approval of the operational permit for Kevin Wetzel, doing business as Wetzel Pyrotechnics.
Okay. Questions of Mr. Fisher by board members? Entertain a motion for approval. Have a motion by Commissioner Leckett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next item is a public hearing and approval of a resolution for proposed sale of property located in the Middlesex Corporate Center. I'll call on Andy Haggie at this time to make this request. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. As you noted, this is a resolution to sell county property, and it states as whereas the Local Development Act of 1925 authorizes counties to make appropriations and to convey and acquire interest in real property for the purpose of aiding and encouraging the location of manufacturing enterprises and to assist in locating industrial and commercial plants in the county, which will, at the discretion of the governing body of the county, increase the population, taxable property, agricultural industries, and business prospects of the county. And whereas counties may acquire, construct, and convey property for the purpose of encouraging economic development as authorized by NCGS 158-7.7A and B 2. And whereas the county has entered into a contract to sell property to Win-Win Investments LLC located on US 264 in Middlesex as a part of the Middlesex Corporate Center. And whereas Nash County desires to authorize the sale of property for the purpose of encouraging economic development in accordance with the terms of North Carolina General Statute 158-7.1. And whereas a public hearing has been held by Nash County Board of Commissioners to consider this sale. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Nash County Commissioners hereby approve the sale of the following described property, which is the certain tract of land located in Nash County and containing approximately 82 acres, more or less, as shown on the map recorded in Map Book 44 at pages 20 and 21, Nash County Registry, said property located at near US 264 in Middlesex and located within the Middlesex Corporate Center. The Nash County Board of Commissioners, after hearing the presentation of Nash County Economic Development Director Andy Hagee, do hereby agree as follows. Number one, Nash County is hereby authorized to sell the above described real property at or within the Middlesex Corporate Center in accordance with the terms of the purchase contract for the sum of $943,000 or $11,500 per acre, payable to the county and subject to the declaration of covenants, conditions, restrictions, and easements for the Middlesex Corporate Center, recorded in Book 2857, page 129, and amended in Book 3202, page 778, and Book 3251, page 635, the Nash County Registry. Number two, the intent of the sale is to enhance the county's tax base, further create job creation and economic development growth. Win-Win Investments has agreed to invest $53 million and create not less than 112 new jobs at the property. Number three, the Nash County Commissioners hereby authorized its chairman and clerk to execute any closing documents necessary to sell the property to the company in accordance with the terms of the purchase contract. Thus adopted this 7th day of November, 2022 by the Nash County Board of Commissioners.
Questions from board members? Andy, would you just state the code name for this particular project?
Project Fiction.
Fiction, okay. The only question I'd have, Mr. Durham, this Win-Win is a name I hadn't seen before. I've been seeing another name. Is that name connected to all of our other documents so we're protected with the inducement agreement?
I thought that was the name of the contract.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Good, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to go into public hearing at this time. Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing to hear from anyone that's here from the public that wishes to speak on this proposed sale of county property by the Board of Commissioners to a company that has made a commitment to bring jobs and investment to Nash County. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak for or against it? Seeing no movement or really nobody in the room, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Okay, moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Mr. Hagee. We'll move to item number 21, which is a contract.
No, that motion was to close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing, now we need to approve the resolution.
All right. I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Durns.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion by Commissioner Combs. There a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Resolution stands approved and will be signed at the end of the meeting, sir. Move on to item number 21, which is an amendment to the contract with the Wheaton Company for Northern Ash Water System. I'll call on Mr. Boone at this time. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. As you indicated, the matter I have before you is a Contract Amendment 8 with the Wheaton Company. They're the engineer of record on the Northern Ash Water System project. You may have noted, if you look at the proposed contract amendment, it references an original contract date, I believe it was July of 2017. So this is a project that we have been working on for a while. The amendment you have before you today addresses a number of items, but the two most significant items are the additional services required because of the length of time it took to complete Contract 1 on the Northern Ash Water System. So effectively, the contractor ELJ Construction took additional 4.5 months above and beyond the time that was allocated for the completion of that work, and that included several change orders over the course of the project that extended the completion date. But that notwithstanding, it took additional 4.5 months beyond the date for substantial completion to complete that work. And as a result, additional services were required by the Wheaton Company in order to provide the contract administration, construction observation to make sure that the work was done in accordance with the project plan and specifications. So what I'm asking the commissioner to consider approving is a change order in the amount of $154,800 to provide for those additional services and effectively close out the work on Contract 1 for that project. That said, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions of Mr. Boone? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaws. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Item number 22 is a change order proposed for the Pet Connection Center.
Actually, would it be okay, could we handle item 23 first, because 22 is contingent upon the approval of 23, and I did not communicate that to our esteemed assistant county manager.
I agree with what you said, except for one thing. Go ahead with item number 23.
Yes, sir, thank you. So item 23 addresses a utility of service agreement that will be required in order for the county to connect to the City of Rocky Mount's water main that runs along Eastern Avenue, provides bulk water to the town of Nashville. The Pet Connection Center, located on Eastern Avenue just west of Nash Community College, is proposed to connect to that water main, and as is a custom with the City of Rocky Mount to serve property located outside the city limits, they require for the property owner to enter into an agreement with the city that effectively provides for the provision of utility services, and also agrees that should at some point in the future the city see fit to annex that property, that the property owner would not oppose that annexation. So this is not the first time this has happened. It's not unique to this project. It's pretty much standard practice for the City of Rocky Mount. There's been other property in the area that has gone through a similar process. But this is a step that we need to take in order to connect to the water main located along the frontage of Eastern Avenue in order to serve the new animal shelter, better known as the Pet Connection Center. Any questions?
Could you explain the second part of the agreement, the in lieu of part?
In lieu of?
A payment in lieu of?
So as I understand it, that does not apply to this property because we will not pay property taxes. If this were a use other than governmental use that paid property taxes, because until such time as the property is inside the city limits, the city could not charge property taxes In this case, it doesn't make any difference. It's a governmental use. We will not pay property taxes.
I think I'm just trying to learn from my own self, so if indeed we weren't a government, in signing this, we would agree to pay a like amount of property taxes?
The city could approach the property owner and require them to pay an amount that will be equivalent to the property taxes that would be due if the property were located inside the city limits. And I defer to the county attorney if he could say that more eloquently than I did.
If they want to annex it, and we prevent them from annexing it, or something else keeps them from annexing it, then that person would have to pay the taxes in lieu of taxes.
If we were to prevent them from annexing it? Okay.
Or there were other factors that prevented the city from annexing the property.
That just seemed to be a bit open-ended. First statement doesn't bother me. Irregardless, it doesn't need to be discussed here because, as you said, we don't pay taxes anyway. All right, any other questions?
I just want one point of clarification, if
Yes,
I
sir.
could. The utility service agreement does not affect any of the residential homes in that area that are currently in the county. That would include Shell Castle, and it would include across the street.
That is
where
correct.
the
This
Chapels
agreement
live.
only applies to the 5-acre parcel where we are actively constructing the new animal shelter.
Exactly right. Any annexation of those properties would require a vote of the people.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Jonathan, I guess the other piece that the county retained, we would deal with this at the time we had a use for it,
That is correct.
or either the community college would if they had a use for it prior to us deciding we wanted to use it.
That is correct.
Okay, so it only covered the 5 acres.
That is correct.
All right, entertain a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Coles. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carried. We'll go back to item number 22.
Thank you, sir. This particular item addresses a change order 2 on the Pet Connection Center project, which we were just discussing. Basically, there's two main items that are addressed in this change order. One is the work to connect to the public water main owned and operated by the city of Rocky Mount. The second item is to provide the cat kennels that will be required at the new animal shelter. That item unfortunately was omitted from the initial bid on the project, so this change order would address a procurement of those kennels that would be needed to house felines at the facility. Total change order amount, as you see, $65,341.27, would bring the amended contract amount to $2,492,743.27, and does not require any revision to the contract schedule.
Questions on this item? Do we have those funds in contingency, I guess?
Our finance director will be coming up to the podium to discuss that with you shortly.
Okay. What if we feel a need to have the answer before we vote on it?
She is bringing forward a recommendation that will provide for the funds necessary to fund this change order.
Okay. Any other questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
Move for approval of the change order.
Motion by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Item number 24, which is Middlesex Corporate Center, Phase 1. Call on Patsy McGee at this time.
Construction of Phase 1 in Middlesex Corporate Center has been complete for over a year, and this infrastructure includes water, sewer, and road improvements. At this time, we would like to transfer the water and sewer assets from Nash County to the town of Middlesex. The interlocal cooperation agreement that we entered into in July of 2018 with the town of Middlesex stated that Nash County would transfer all of its rights, title, and interest in infrastructure to the town following the warranty periods. Post-construction warranty periods with the contractors, which is J. Smith Civil and McGuire Iron, for the infrastructure, which includes the water tank and water and sewer lines, have expired. All the warranties have expired, and the town has assumed all responsibilities for the operation, repair, and maintenance of the facilities. The road is a separate matter. We plan to address that once Phase 2 is complete, because Phase 2 includes the final asphalt surfacing of the Phase 1 section of the improvements. The county attorney has prepared this bill of sale and assignment of easements, which is in your packet, and it makes formal and official the details that were discussed by Nash County and the town of Middlesex throughout the development and construction of Phase 1. And then in the next month or two, after some final costs regarding erosion control and some minor legal costs, we'll bring to you the budget closeout for this project. So our recommendation is to approve the bill of sale and assignment of easements. And then the town of Middlesex will also schedule it for consideration by its board.
Right, any questions of Ms. McGee? Belfield?
The town of Middlesex, do they have the capacity to provide water and sewer to all the industries that are located in the Middlesex Industrial Development Park?
They have an agreement. Well, the short and long answer could be they might. It depends on what kind of industries are recruited to Middlesex Corporate Center. Middlesex does have some capacity in it with its water and sewer, and it works closely with our Economic Development Department and Public Utilities as we consider what kind of industries or businesses might locate in the park.
So we'll have to limit industrial development based on Middlesex capacity to provide water and sewer.
Yes, just like we do with other municipalities where we have parks.
That's it.
Okay, other questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. McGee. Move on to item number 25, which is a Northern Nash Water System Project Amendment. Call on Donna Wood at this time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So the attached amendment is presented to allocate funds from the contingency line to the appropriate accounts based on the additional expenses associated with the proposed contract amendment with the Wooten Company, as presented by Jonathan Boone, Director of Public Utilities and Facilities. So it's just a change in the project amendment, moving some funds out of the contingency line item.
What kind of balance does that leave?
It leaves in contingency $457,894.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Entertain a motion for approval. Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Item number 26 is detention facility renovation and expansion capital project ordinance amendment.
Okay. The attached project ordinance amendment submitted for approval to amend the project ordinance to include additional funding available from project sales tax refunds and investment earnings to be used for supplemental construction expenditures. Additional revenues that we have in place are $161,998, and these are subject to be used on expenditures of $69,518 for approved change order for the elevator sump pump and revision to the Sallyport fencing and gates. $23,005, it's an approved change order for the fire suppression system, it's site railing and ladder access for maintenance staff, and additional $69,475 available funding for potential future change orders if necessary, but only as approved by the board.
Any questions on these two items? Entertain a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Y'all waning on me. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item number 27,
Okay.
one of motion anxious of facility capital project ordinance amendment.
Okay, this is for the animal facility. The attached project ordinance amendments presented to update the project budget to include additional costs related to change orders for cat kennels, water services and water connection fees, and MIS equipment. The total of these additional items is $85,450. The funding for these additional costs are being requested from the general fund balance. That does leave funding in the contingency line item of $14,600. But that's just, again, in case something else comes up, we wouldn't have to do an additional request. But any funds left over, the board could approve to move to another project through a resolution or back to the general fund after the project's completed.
Do you have with you what we had in contingency on this job when we started?
I do not have the original contingency.
Okay.
But what this does do, it's putting, just to let you know, what the general fund balance appropriation has been up to this point, which would include this, is $1,525,450.
Would you just email that to us?
Absolutely.
Sometime, what contingency we really had, and this is change order. what's
This
the
is
amendment?
change order number 4, or amendment number 4.
Number 4, okay. You could do that. Any other questions? Entertain a motion for approval. Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item 28 is our budget amendments for the month.
Okay. I have 11 budget amendments for the board's consideration. Just make sure that number is correct.
That's right.
Okay, the first item I have is related to fund balance. This budget amendments to budget a transfer of fund balance to the animal facility project to cover the additional costs associated with the completion of the project. It's $85,450. The next item is with the Sheriff's Office. This budget amendments to budget Nash County's portion of a joint grant application with the City of Rocky Mount for the 2022 Justice Assistance Grant, the JAG grant. The Nash County Sheriff's Office will use the funds to purchase equipment for the Special Response Team to assist in the daily operations to provide safety and security, $17,567. No county funds required. The next item is with the library. This budget amendments to budget pass-through grant funds to Braswell Memorial Library from the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, appropriated by the State Budget Act of 2021 for non-reoccurring state aid. These funds will be used for collection, development, facilities maintenance and repair, updating the security surveillance system, and marketing for Braswell Library. It's $77,909. No county funds are required. The next item was with public buildings. This budget amendments to budget additional funds to cover the use of portable dehumidifiers at the Ag Center from July through September. Although the recent project at the Ag Center focused on replacing the HVAC equipment and improving dehumidification in the building, the county did not replace the boiler. The boiler failed, and supply chain issues prevented timely replacement, although boiler was ordered in March. Portable dehumidifiers were needed during the summer in order to provide the dehumidification in the building to avoid excess moisture issues until the replacement boiler could be delivered and installed. It's $42,900 we're requesting from fund balance appropriation for those professional services. The next item is with Department of Social Services. This budget amendments to adjust administrative funds budgeted by the state for administrative services and to increase linked special funds. The additional administrative funds will be used for contract services to support agency programs and staff development. The linked funds will be used to assist 18 to 21-year-old foster young adults with housing costs and other expenses to transition to self-sufficient adulthood. It's a request of $41,288. No county funds are required. The next item is with Recreation and Senior Services. This budget amendment is to budget donations received for the Family Caregiver Support Program. It's $200. The next item is with the Cooperative Extension Farmers Market. This budget amendment is to budget grant funding of $4,500 from the Upper Coastal Plain Council of Governments to assist with the purchase of the refrigerated van used with the Farmers Market Grant Program for CSA boxes. The total cost of the vehicle was $12,366. The additional funding for the vehicle was provided by remaining funds from the original CSA box grant of $3,902, the DeLeon Carter grant, $2,081, and the Farmers Market, and the remaining money of $1,883 from local funds. The next item is also with Cooperative Extension Farmers Market. This budget amendment is to rebudget grant funds to be received and unspent grant funding from the Ag Venture Program with North Carolina State University from monies received from the North Carolina Tobacco Trust Fund Commission. The county plans to use the grant funding along with county funds for kitchen improvements at the farmers market. The next item is with the jail COVID confinement facility grant. In July, the Sheriff's Office received notice of a proposed grant totaling $93,848 from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public Health, Epidemiology, Section Communicable Disease grant for a 2-year grant for the detection and mitigation of COVID-19 in the detention facility. The first-year grant award was originally set at $75,126, but revised to $68,827 due primarily to a change in the indirect cost available. This amendment is to correct the budget to reflect the correct funding for fiscal year 2023, the first year of the grant program. The next item is with Nash County Public Schools, Public School Building Repair and Renovation Fund. In order to assist county governments in meeting their public school building repair and renovation needs, the North Carolina General Assembly passed legislation in 2021 as part of the State Law 2021-180, Legislative Session 2021-180, that established a new source of revenue to be used specifically for repair and renovation projects. The source of the funding is from the North Carolina Education Lottery. The fund is administered by the Department of Public Instruction. The funding to be used to provide funds to counties for repair and renovation projects for local school administrative units within the county. The repair and renovation projects must be pre-approved by DPI, and the funding draws for the projects require approval from the chair of the Board of Education and the chair of the County Board of Commissioners. The first year of the funding, Nash County received $300,000. This budget amendment is to budget these funds to allow for distribution requests for repairs and renovations. And the final amendment I have is with Northern Nash Water System. This budget amendment is to budget an increase in the principal and interest on the state revolving loan for the Northern Nash Water System. Additional loan proceeds were approved for the project in September 2021. However, the county just recently received the updated amortization schedule. The additional principal and interest are expected to be offset by revenue in the fund. It's an increase of $54,345.
Okay. Any questions on either of these 11 of budget amendments?
Just wondering on number 3, Did local libraries, county libraries qualify for any of this pass-through funding from the state? And if so, why would they not have received it?
I'm not sure exactly how they qualified for this funding from the state. I don't know if it's because they're our direct pass-through or state grant library, but I can look into it and find out a little bit more.
But it'll be approved when you look into it.
So if,
I'm just wondering, normally, we try to allocate some funding to our local libraries when we have pass-through money coming through, so does this qualify for that, or does it
well,
not?
generally with our pass-through grant money, it all goes to the Braswell Library, and we have local funding for our local libraries.
So there'll be something there from Braswell to pass it on to these local libraries possibly?
Possibly, if it's approved. I'm not sure if this was discussed in the board meeting for the library.
Just the acceptance of the funds. They have not been designated as of yet.
Okay, well, I'd like to know,
Okay.
even though we're going to approve it today, I'd like to know if we had that option, and if we didn't exercise that option, I would be wondering why.
Okay.
Other questions on either 11 budget amendments? Not the one, and Mr. Boone may can answer this, I think it would be you, but on the pet connection, that was the second change order, and we had one for $42,000, which was going to turn into a grant. Have we shown that grant as income yet, or we are doing it when it comes in?
We
'Cause it was
budgeted
delayed
that
coming in.
grant income when we budgeted for the epoxy flooring.
Okay,
So that was included in donations. So the donation amount, if you look at it, I believe it's $1,440,000.
okay,
And so we considered that as part of the donation amount.
okay. All right. So that's not additional funds that may be coming. It's already.
It's already budgeted.
Budget, okay, thank you. All right, if no other question, entertain a motion for approval of the 11 budget amendments with the comments that have been made. Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Budget amendment stand approved.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item number 29 is appoint Legislative Goals Conference voting delegate, Scott Rogers. And Madam Clerk, can you tell us who has signed up to attend that?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Fred Belfield will be attending, and Patsy McGee.
Okay. Not going to be a simple process then. Go ahead, Mr. Rogers.
Okay. So, as you're aware, the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners convenes a legislative goals conference prior to long session to allow each county the opportunity to participate in the agenda. This year's conference will be November 16th through the 18th at the Raleigh Marriott Crabtree in Raleigh. And as you've heard from the clerk, Mr. Belfield is the only commissioner attending, but we do need to appoint a voting delegate.
I entertain a motion for appointment of a delegate.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I just have one question of the clerk.
Sure.
Are both of them going to be there the entire time?
As far as I know, yes, ma'am.
Entertain a motion for approval of appointing a voting delegate from the Board of Commissioners.
So moved, we appoint Mr. Belfield as delegate.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Harrington, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. We'll move on. Scott, while you have the floor, to board appointments.
Okay, thank you. The Nash UNC Board of Commissioners has requested that Mr. Bill Lennis and Ms. Sue Leggett be reappointed to their Board of Commissioners, as well as this board to consider Terry Sharp, Mr. Kenneth Arrington, and Brian Brantley to fill 3 open seats.
I'm going to call for a motion to reappoint the 2 existing commissioners to the hospital board first, which is Bill and Commissioner Leggett, entertain a motion for reappoint those.
Make a motion to reappoint those two.
Have a motion, is there a second?
Who's the second one?
Sue Leggett. Sue Leggett
No, I
and
thought
Bill Latus.
She's representing the commissioners. All right, who's the other one?
The other one is Bill Latus, which owns Chick-fil-A franchise in Rocky Mount, who is the current chairman, if I remember correct. That's right. Yes.
So he's the second person.
He's been reappointed. Those two are reappointments. We're going to take the other ones up in just a minute. I have a motion. Did I get a second?
No, sorry.
A second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or by a like sign? The motion carries. And then we have two members that are rotating off, and we have to appoint new people on there. And the hospital has been communicating with the manager on this, and the two names they brought forward is Kenneth Arrington, who I think works for one of the local funeral homes, Pope's Funeral Home, and then Brian Brantley, who was our retired EMS director. I would say that this came up a number of years ago, and for Mr. Brantley, and the board, at my request, I guess I might say, had that postponed until such time as maybe he wasn't a county employee because of the amount of time it took, and I'm certainly in favor of that appointment at this point in time.
How about Terry Sharp?
And Terry Sharp, I'm sorry, there actually is three of them, you're right. And Terry is an accountant with Bunch and Company, and there is an accountant with Bunch and Company that is having to rotate off, therefore it puts an accountant back on the board. Thank you, Dan.
So these three are totally recommended by the hospital.
They come to us from the hospital to be appointed. The board can either take action to appoint them or in entirety, or they can appoint one, two, or three of them and ask for a separate name if they so desire for either one of them. But that's the way it operates by general statute.
Yeah. I have a motion that we take those recommendations and approve them.
All right, have a motion to approve all three.
Second.
And a second, that's Terry Sharp, Kenneth Arrington, and Brian Brantley. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Those three stand approved as well. And you did have their resumes on your tablets. Scott, any more appointments?
No, sir.
Don't you have quite a few in December?
Yes, sir.
Could you possibly go on and prompt us to be looking at those after this meeting so we would
Sure will.
be up to date in December?
Yes, sir.
So just to comment on that, if you're going to give us a listing, so we've got an all-inclusive listing, maybe you could indicate what coverage is by district, so we would know where we are not covered.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're now item number 31, which is any comments from commissioners? Any comments commissioners wish to make for the betterment of the board? Nothing on your mind? I had one thing only, which is the housing report. If no one else has anything, I'll just say the monthly public permit report, which each one of you get generally over the weekend prior to this meeting. But we had a very large permitting in the month of October for commercial development at almost $9.2 million worth of commercial permits issued. And on the housing side, we did see some slowing down, which we probably all expected, and we had a total of 24 new homes that were permitted throughout the county, which includes the manufactured homes as well. So it went from about 40 a month to 24 this past month, and quite frankly, quite a few of those were manufactured housings, but still new housing. certainly hope that that trend at least holds there or moves back upward. But that's really all I had. No other comments. I'll turn it over to the manager for her report.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank Adam Tyson and his staff for their hard work over the last year and some months on the land development plan. And thank you, commissioners that participated and our planning board members that participated. That was quite a dedication of time, and we certainly appreciate everybody's input. I'll report on the co-responder program for the month of October. There were 11 in total, 10 of those from our DSS and 1 from our sheriff's office. Wanted to take a moment this morning to just get the board's consensus on moving forward. We have been in our seating arrangement that we're in now for getting close to 3 years, and there's been a suggestion for us to make some alterations to the nameplates that are on the dais. So wanted to get the board's feel for moving forward. If we want to make that change, move the nameplates and make the seating arrangement that we have here a permanent arrangement moving forward, or not. Just need to know what your thoughts are on that.
The signs on the front are not aligned with us, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, understood.
And that's why we have the paper, the cardboard tents up each meeting.
Comments from the board? For those that haven't been on the board for a long period of time, the manager, the clerk, and the attorney was up here with us at various locations. And the difference is, leave it like it is, and they sit where they are, or bring them back up here, and that would make the name tags correct, I guess. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I really like it is, but I love you all. But I would like to keep it just like it is and move the names.
Other comments?
I don't have a problem with it either way. If you come back, that's great.
I did.
Leave it like it is, you just need to get the name tag aligned, right?
Correct.
Okay. That was what prompted the discussion.
Yeah.
So that they could be read. And I did ask the manager earlier when I saw the agenda if she had a preference, and I'd rather than state what you told me, why don't you state what you told me?
Right, so we have good eye contact with this arrangement. I think communication with the clerk, all of us, the attorney, the manager, is maybe a little better suited in this arrangement so we can read each other and not have to lean over and talk around. So I'm fine with us leaving it like it is if the rest of the board is okay with that.
Suits me.
Any objection? Seeing none, leave it as is.
Okay, we will make those changes and discard your tent cards, at least for this meeting in this room. Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to do the reminder, that's already been done for the Legislative Goals Conference, and Mr. Belfield is fully aware of that. The board will need to adopt their calendar for their meetings for the calendar year 2023 and next month's meeting in December. So we'll go ahead and get a draft out to you all so you can take a look at your calendars ahead of time and give us some warning about any conflicts that you may have that you may already know about. And then we will be looking to adopt that calendar for your meetings at next month's meeting. We're wrapping up our 2022 Nash County Building Leaders Together training program and have 23 graduates. Our application process for the 2023 cohort will be available the week after Thanksgiving. So employees that are interested in gaining or expanding upon their leadership skills, we encourage them to apply. A reminder to the board that we'll have a joint meeting with the Nash County School Board Monday, November the 21st at 6 p.m. That's at Nash Central High School in their media center. Dinner will be available at 5:30, and that meeting will start at 6. Nash County offices will be closed this Friday in observance of Veterans Day. The 2022 Nash County Farm to City Week Breakfast will be Tuesday, November 21st. And I don't know how many of you have seen that announcement that I think came to my office on Friday. Again, the Nash County Farm City Week Breakfast will be Tuesday, November the 22nd at 8 a.m. at the Nash County Farmers Market. And if you desire to attend, please call their office, Cooperative Extension 459-9810, to reserve your place by Friday, November the 15th. And then just a reminder that Nash County offices will be closed in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday on Thursday and Friday, November the 24th and 25th.
And what was that date, Farm City?
November the 22nd, that's a Tuesday at 8 a.m.
And that phone number again?
And the phone number to call to reserve your spot is 459-9810. And please reserve your place by Friday, November 15th.
And that's in the morning at 7?
8 o'clock.
Oh, 8? Mhm.
And that's all I have.
Any questions of the manager on her report? Any commissioner have anything else to bring before we go into closed session?
Lunch.
What you want to bring up about lunch?
Go get it.
All right, then we will take about a 15-minute recess for lunch, 20 minutes, whatever you so desire, and then we'll open back up in closed session. Closed session will be for economic development matters and matters of attorney-client privilege and a matter of performance of a county employee. And then we'll return after the closed session and take any action that we see needed to be taken from closed session, and also recess the meeting until the joint school board meeting. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session after a short recess.
Motion to go into closed session.
Motion by
After recess.
Commissioner Combs. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. I'll call our regular Board of Commissioners meeting for November the 7th back to order at this time. After having a closed session, during the closed session, there was no action taken that needed to be voted on in open session, I'm told by the attorney. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to recess our current meeting until Monday, the 21st of 2022, and it will be at 6 p.m. for a joint meeting with the Nash County School Board at Nash Central High School in the Media Center. Entertain that motion. Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. There a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions? All in favor, or let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? The motion carries. I will say that if any commissioner has a specific item they would like to be put on the agenda for that joint meeting, it is the school board's time to conduct that meeting, and it will be their agenda. But I am meeting with the chairman sometime later in the week to review that agenda with him and make sure we get our items covered. I think Commissioner Outlaw has given me a couple of things he wants on there, so I believe that meeting is either Thursday or Friday. So if you got something you'd like to be put on that agenda to have on there, just let me know between now and then, if you would.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, sir.
Certainly, we need to discuss with them the safety in our schools.
That will be on the agenda, yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. In light of the money that was made available through the General Assembly recently.
Yeah, I would love to see it go beyond just having security officers there. There are a lot of other things that some things have happened in schools, I'm not saying here in Nash County, but across the nation, where they had security officers there, and some people got into the schools with them there.
That can always
By
happen.
certain doors being open. So we need to go into, in my opinion, in deep detail about safety in our schools.
Okay, all right. Bring that up, I'll bring that up to Mr. Belfield. We stand adjourned. Excuse me, we stand recessed.
Very good.